starting with the bomb pot.
Patty, you want bomb pot?
You can start it.
Yeah, we're starting right now.
I don't know.
$10.
Hello everybody, what's going on? It's TCH Live Thursday, and we've got a very special game for you guys this evening. A little bit of 125 PLO, so changing things up here on the stream. So I hope you guys are all relaxed after a happy New Year's, a good Christmas as well. It's been a minute since I've been on this show, as we did not have a game last Thursday. But yeah, I'm your host, Aaron McAvoy. Joining me tonight, Will Lottie. Our first time hanging out in the booth together. What's going on, man?
Just, fun night of PLO ahead of us, and glad to be back here. I've been out of town forever, it seems, and here we are with a bomb pot to get us started.
2 check, 3 check, 4 check.
Indeed, we do. And a couple of familiar faces and a whole bunch of new faces, as the PLO crowd is not always the same as the No Limit Hold'em crowd.
Sorry, April, trifold, yes.
Starting with a bomb pot, so yeah, we'll see
9 April.
some 4-card action again on our first hand of non-bomb pot play here in a moment. But first, let's get this whittled down a little bit. Got a top bet of 80.
He's got top trips, Uncle T's got lesser trips, and got Uncle T with some straight outs on the top. Uncle T making the straight on the river on the top, and Uncle T also filling on the bottom. He's going to scoop here.
Yeah, king's full of 8
Junior
now.
making it 100 and getting snap raised up to 300.
That's straight on top, king on the bottom with an 8.
Okay, we have 6, 7. He has ace, king. Ace, king, oh, king 8. Vote, yeah, okay. Yep, it's gonna be a scoop here. What's up? Yep, vote.
PLO, I keep meaning to play it, and yet I never actually get around to playing a straight PLO game. I keep swearing I'm going to do it, and then I find myself in a big tournament, or I find myself in a bigger mixed game someplace. And I've had some fun times playing PLO, and yeah, like we did an early PLO stream a couple years ago. I had a heck of a night as far as the kind of action I got into.
Okay. Taking a look here in the chat, let's see who all's hanging out with us. We've got our Sanctuary, Jamal, Poker Monkey, what's going on, y'all? Poker Jesus, David Valley, we got Jamal.
Look at Patty's face right now.
I already said that, but welcome again. Frank, we've got a bunch of the usual suspects. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the show. Thanks for tuning in. JTM New York as well. We've got Patty here, a familiar face from our 2-5 stream.
Makes it 20. 7 calls. 9.
9 minimum raise to 5 to come in, so no limping to get things started. We do have Patty here coming in for the minimum 5, and Michael potting it up to 18.
10-10-6-3 Rainbow, I'm not a huge fan of that hand, especially out of position, but we'll see how this goes here. We see Poker Jizu with some kings. Looks like he just flatted out of the big blinds. Gotta see if he can flop himself something. 6-3 Deuce is, I think, gonna give Michael top 2 pair. He has 10s and he has 6s and 3s.
105.
And I think that's the best hand at the moment.
Sorry.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see if we get a lot of this multi-way action throughout the night. One thing that I know that, in some games you'll have a lot of like 3-betting where you'll sort of like thin the field, but when you get the sort of action where it's like people come in for the 5, it gets raised one time, and then everybody just calls. You can end up going 6-7 ways to a flop a lot of the time. Michael here does flop the top 2, as you said, bets and takes down I don't know what has been your experience in the PLO that you have played at this stake. Is there a lot of just like limping and calling, or do you tend to see more 3-betting and?
I tend to see like maybe a raise and a bunch of calls. If I'm playing an 8 or better variant like Big O, it tends to just be limp, unless they have aces.
Okay.
Some lineups you'll see some 3-bets pre, and I think where people will get lost at the smaller stakes is, well, now the pot's bloated and I don't know what to do on the flop necessarily.
Well, the pot odds can also be very deceptive because, you know, somebody makes an 18 up front and then a couple people call, and you've got a pretty mediocre hand like the 10-10-6-3, for example. Of course, he was the player that raised with it initially, but, you know, you can have a hand that you can sort of convince yourself has some reasonable equity, and then you come into the pot as well. But, you know, you can find yourself pretty quickly in a situation where you're putting in good money after bad as well once it gets re-raised again. And again, you've got decent pot odds when it comes back to you. So I think you do have to be a little bit more selective with choosing what hands you're going to come in with than perhaps some players are willing to do. But we'll find out how these players are going to do. All right, looks like we've got raised to 10 and a couple of callers, ace high board, a couple of clubs out there.
Open ender for Uncle T, actually a rep for Uncle T.
But checks all the way through to a jack of hearts on the turn.
So that is top pair or second pair rather for JR. And the best hands at the moment, though, Patty with a gut shot and a pair, and Uncle T still with this wrap. And it will be Uncle T versus Patty as we go to this river here. The deuce of spades is going to give sevens and deuces to Patty, and the best hands.
All right.
Seven deuce special. That should probably still be a bounty of some kind.
Well, we do have the $400 bounty for getting quads in your hand when you play the Pot Limit Omaha here at Texas Card House in Austin. So if any time you get dealt all 4 of one card in your hand, you'll get $400. Pretty sweet little deal.
That's the best you could ever hope for, getting 4 of the same card in your hands in Pot Limit Omaha, as you only get to play 2 of those cards.
Yeah, that's pretty awful. I've probably had quads maybe once or something before. It's a very low probability event, but there's certainly plenty of times where I've looked down and I've been like, ooh, pocket aces, and then you peel another ace and you're like, damn it.
It's too many. Yeah, I've had quads a couple of times. And there was one time I had 4 aces. We were playing Bidoogie, which is it's a draw game where you don't want to have 4 aces in your hands.
Indeed.
Funny how you get quads at the wrong time.
Yeah, that's pretty standard. All right, JR going to come in here for the minimum raise to 5.
Yes.
9 raises to 20. And all in buttons, please.
Kenny makes the call. JB now going to take it up to 20 to play now.
2 full.
And this will successfully get a few players to fold over to D's nuts on the button. He's going to make the call. Remaining players will complete as well, and we're going to go 5 players to a flop. $100 in the middle.
And the 753 is going to put up some draws and a couple of bottom pair type hands. Kenny with a gut shot right now. JR with a gut shot. Michael's got pair plus gut shot. This is a something for everyone type of a board.
Yeah, but nothing super inspiring. And JB here with one of the lesser hands does have that 6 and the backdoor diamond. So he'll go ahead and continue 460. And this will thin the field a bit. Back over to Kenny, who does have all those overcards.
He's got his overpair, he has his gut shot, and there's a 9, which is going to be one of Kenny's cards, and it's going to give him a bigger pair. JB got to pot it.
This is always interesting when you have a board that has this like super low texture when someone has made the big raise or, you know, quote unquote, the big raise pre-flop. Generally, those players are going to be more sort of holding the higher cards in the deck. But at the same time, you know, some people are going to have a whole bunch of different stuff. You can certainly have like 4 cards to a straight or something like that and feel pretty confident raising your hand. And this could smash you as well.
Kenny calls, and JB is going to get a favorable river with that ace of diamonds. Going to give him the best hands here as Kenny misses on his straight outs. JB going to try and go for the rest of it here.
Yeah, this is just foot squarely on the gas pedal poker. And JB will not get paid off there, and not really too sure, honestly, if he wanted to get called there, as he just sort of rivers the top pair after bluffing the whole way, and is just like...
In top pair, he's going to turn it into a bluff, and I guess he's trying to rep the 8-6, or something to that effect.
Yeah, I mean, having that 6 was clearly going to be his ticket to victory until he got to the end.
Yeah, if you're barreling away with one pair, you're generally not doing that for value in this game.
Mm-hmm.
One pair, rarely good.
Albert H. here joining us in the chat. Chuck as well. Skullbone, what's going on, guys? Finance Lance, hello, welcome. Kicker Problems. All right, all right. Peter Marshall here as well.
Okay. 9 folds, 2 folds, 3 folds. That's going to be 45.
So I do suspect that some of these pot values are going to be off by just a little bit. Don't we normally just like round it straight to a increment of 5?
Yeah, so my understanding is that we had there was an issue with the graphics where there's a $5 bring in, but the pot bets were sometimes not getting counted correctly.
Okay.
So pot would have been, I think, to 15.
Mm-hmm.
And there was some software glitch where that wasn't necessarily happening. As we do see 2 pair for JB, and we see that not be the best hand because D's Nuts has a bigger 2 pair.
We are going to get all of the chips in the middle here, it looks like. Yeah, all in for D's Nuts with aces and queen.
Aces and nines.
Aces and nines.
JB is going to be looking for a 4, and that is not a 4. So aces and jacks with the queen is going to be the winner for seat 4.
JB was picking up a little bit of equity there on that turn, so had diamonds working for him.
Yeah, that is what he was seeking, a diamonds or a 4. Gonna get this counted out here and then get that shipped over and keep going here. So, a lot of action early on. They seem very willing to play the big pots.
Yeah, definitely chips moving here on just hand number 5. Got a comment here from Poker Jesus. Says you can play the 3 aces dealt to you if your opponents are capable of laying down when you rep the nut flush with the dry ace. Yeah, that's definitely something that I have picked up in my very limited experience with this game, which is, you know, dropping the dry guy on somebody can feel pretty awesome. And it's one of those spots where, you know, you can actually feel pretty comfortable bluffing in a game where you're going to be much more nutted and, well, certainly much more like 2 pair plus type holdings when you're up against an opponent that is calling on multiple streets. And so, yeah, that's going to be one of your bread and butter bluffs for sure, is hitting them with what's called the dry guy. Anybody that doesn't know, that's just when you have the naked ace, you don't have a friend with it to actually make the flush, but you know that your opponent can't have the nut flush.
Yeah. More importantly, you need an opponent who actually has a fold button.
That's, I think, exactly what
you don't always have that.
Right? A lot of people around here, especially in Texas, are just going to be like, yeah, F it, call.
Uncle T with a big suited ace. We got D's Nuts with a double suited rundown. Hands with a lot of potential there. Very straighty 2 suits. We have 2 players with kings. Kenny and JB, both with kings, and we somehow don't have a 3-bet. We have everybody looking to play for the price of $40. Like, the graphics actually don't have enough room for the number of players we have in this hand. This might be a family pot. Like, maybe we had one fold. Queen 10 deuce is going to give Patty middle set, and it's going to provide some gut shots to others. Kenny with a gut shot. Looks like Kenny bets out for $100 with his overpair plus gut shot. JB gonna call with the same hands. And Patty going nowhere with a set. Just electing to call there. She's really not gonna want to see a straightening run out here. We're gonna continue 5 ways to the turn here. JR hanging around with his gut shot.
Backdoor opportunities now for JB.
And clubs come in, and then straight draws still available.
Yep.
And Kenny actually picks up a couple of straight outs there, and he does rip it in. Patty still happy to have her set. That 6 of clubs is one of the better turns there, as it didn't complete anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have Michael contemplating. He doesn't really have much, though. He just has middle 2 pair, essentially, or middle and bottom. It's a hand where you want to be getting out at this point.
Yeah.
10 and deuce is unlikely to be good, and no backup either.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a world within which you could find some sort of hero bluff calls with, some marginal 2-pair type holdings when you don't really interact with the wraps that your opponent could have if you're going to go down that road. But I really don't think you want to do that multi-way.
It's
right?
5 ways.
Yeah.
Someone has it. That's the rule.
Exactly, and Patty here potting into 4 opponents is really representing a lot of strength. Now, if you have a lot of experience with somebody, you know that they just don't give a shit and they'll just go ahead and blast away anyways, then, live your best life. But JB here is going to make the call and is drawing pretty live. Jack of spades on the end, though.
That is going to give him the winner. That's going to give him the king high straight.
Yeah. I'm going to say JB here mostly looking for a king or a club, but sure enough, could make a straight with a jack as well. Finds a very favorable river card, and he is going to scoop a big old pot off of Patty. Albert Padilla joining us here in the chat. Hey, what's going on, man?
Great to see him.
Yeah, great to see you the other night as well. Hope you ran good in the tournament.
Inside straight draw, huh?
So JB here, going to be stacking up some chippies, and that'll move him back into the positive direction. Patty here getting shown that she won the pot there for just a moment, but obviously we're going to try to get that corrected in the software before we move forward.
Who knew that you could actually get there with too many outs?
I don't know. I don't think that was one of those scenarios, right? I mean, he had quite a few with the flush draw.
It wasn't quite too many.
Yeah, exactly.
It was the right number of outs.
Yeah, it was borderline too many. Yeah, which is why he hit, of course. Yeah. All right, taking a look at the early earnings here as of hand number 7, JB up 1,000 and leading the way. Yeah, one thing that I've learned, again, very limited experience with this game, is playing out of position is going to just be tricky, just as with any other game, but it does give you this added benefit of, a pot-sized wager when you're the first player to bet is just not very intimidating, unless the pot has already grown quite substantial, at which point stacked pot ratio, of course, much more closer to 1. So if you are, first in the rotation or something like that, you can go for some cheeky check raises. And then that bet, coming around is going to be much more intimidating. So see if people employ that very much here this evening. Did make it still 5 ways to a turn. Instead of 20 here from Kenny, getting called in a couple of spots, and we'll go 3 ways to a river.
Mat 9 is going to complete the straight for JB. He does have the nuts with the Jack 10. And in a dream scenario, I believe Kenny's just bet into him.
Yeah, Kenny here bricks the wheel, but decides to bluff for about 2/3 pot. And yes, JB here with not a care in the world. He's got the stone nutters, doesn't have to worry about a flush out there, so at worst he will chop this pot, so he'll go ahead and raise it up. And now it's time for Kenny to hit the road as the jig is up. So JB gonna take another pot. He's on a little bit of a heater here to start things off.
Yeah, a nice little run of hands there. Mitch Hecht's wondering if you can use all 4 cards in your hand. Sadly, no. You must use exactly 2 of your cards. Can't use 3 of them, can't use 1 of them, can't play the board. Gotta be exactly 2 cards.
Yeah, that's certainly a spot where a lot of new players to the game will slip up. Especially players that come in from out of town just to play like 1-2 or 1-3 here at TCH Austin. And then, you know, the PLO bomb pots will come around.
Yes.
And they'll be like, oh, well, okay, I just get 4 more cards and try to play it just like Hold'em. And yeah, that can get you into trouble when you're like, I've got a flush with these 3 cards or this 1 card. It's like, sorry, buddy.
Yeah, 4 aces in your hands, not quads. 4 aces on the board, not quads.
Yo.
Poker Jizu going to open it up with a pretty reasonable hands, a suit, some broadways. Going to get a bunch of callers. I don't think these players came to fault. At least not pre.
And for only a nickel, I mean, how could you? All right, I've got a question for you, Will. When you peel your cards in Omaha, or even, 5 cards or more, do you peel them all in one motion, or do you separate them into like 2 batches of like 2 and 2?
I'm an all-at-once kind of guy.
Okay.
So we see Uncle T potting it up with his aces, double suited.
Ooh, that's always a sexy hand. Of course, when you can only pot it to 35, and everybody's already invested that nickel, you're going to get a cascade of calls around a lot of the time, and that's what we see. A couple players do head for the exit, but we are going to go multi-way, 5 players to a flop.
93, not quite what he was hoping for. Aces, still the best hands at the moment, but he's going to be fading a ton of straight outs held by the other players. He is going to pot it, going to deny some of that equity as best he can. I think Patty has to go away here with just a gut shot, unless she doesn't. 2 overcards, a gut shot, and a pair of 5s. And Michael going absolutely nowhere. He's got a pair, and he's got an open ender. JR with a pair and a wrap, and it looks like he's going to just rip it in.
Yeah, having the bottom end of the wrap isn't the best spot to be in.
Definitely not.
But, when you've got as many chips as he does, and the pot has already sort of bloated to the size that it's at, why not get your money in there? If you could get rid of one of these players and trim down the equities a little bit, it's not the worst thing in the world.
You'd love to get rid of the Jack 10 or a 10-7 type holding. Your 9 does also provide a set blocker. And we see Uncle T undeterred by this action. This is a spot where 1 pair, no draw really doesn't feel that great.
Yeah, backdoor club's always going to be a little bit of a bonus, but sure, I tend to agree with you. This is a pretty connected board. Certainly don't have to worry about the immediate flush draws.
Patty going nowhere.
Yeah, everybody willing to put the chips forward.
And the rest of this has to go in on the turn as well. You're basically saying that I'm putting the rest in. Stack to pot. Effective stack to pot being about a quarter here. Michael with about 500 left. Okay, more like a third than a quarter. It's been a while since I've done math.
All good. I have a feeling that Jeremy is the one who's going to be doing the most math here. Jeremy, of course, hanging out in the box, doing God's work, dealing these cards and dragging the chips. So we do go checky here on the turn. for the players remaining with chips.
And running
bet.
eights is going to give Uncle T the best hand. Eights full of aces.
Yeah, he just straight up holds. I mean,
It
why
checks
not?
through. And he fades the world.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of board interaction between all the players that were in there, of course, blocking each other's outs to the straights, but my goodness, for Uncle T to just hold with the overpair there is pretty great. He'll drag a big one, though, and that's going to move him up to 2.6K and the big stack at the table. You can see the look on his face, too. He's like, well,
It's like, how'd I win that?
all right, just don't fold aces. Poker Jesus here says it's Poker Jesus, not Poker G Zoo, even though what we can see on the screen, of course, is Poker G Zoo. It is Poker Jesus, so
Apologies.
no problem.
So, like, we've established on past shows, like, I will just Ron Burgundy whatever is on the screen here.
Okay. Oh man, that's funny. All right, we got some 20s coming out here for a reload. Jeremy's counting skill really being put to the test here this evening.
It is going to be a bump.
Important skill set to have if you're going to deal poker, for sure. And lucky for us, we got some great dealers here at TCH. I missed everyone. I've been gone from Texas for a couple of months.
Yeah, you've been jet setting around playing a lot of poker tournaments. What were you up to most recently? Doing family stuff or what?
I just came back from New York. I was with family for a couple weeks. Before that, I was in Vegas playing some of that big WPT series at the Wynn. And that was a pretty good series for me.
Excellent.
Yeah, so I get in there, WPT Prime, I bag on my second bullet. I bag 8 big blinds. And then I somehow outlast 500 players.
Nice.
So I cashed for like 4K instead of a min cash.
Mm-hmm.
So that was nice. And then I went to Resorts World the second weekend and somehow put 3 bullets into a triple draw mix, which is a limit game for those of you unfamiliar. I put 3 bullets into a limit tournament, and then I won the tournament.
Nice.
So 3rd time's the charm.
Heck yeah.
That's like 6K. That was pretty nice. It's nice when you just end up with the right table image where like you get caught bluffing just enough that you can get a lot of thin value. So
I don't buy
that was
it.
fun.
I don't buy it for a minute, sir. No, I'm kidding, of course. The limit games, you have to be willing to pull the trigger. Although it can feel like you're just never going to get the bluff through. You're like, why would they fold? I mean, this one bet here on the end, but absolutely.
Yeah, and I was lucky I had a calling station on my left at one point, and that didn't hurt as far as getting value when it mattered.
Oh yeah.
I had this one hand where I ended up playing a freeze on somebody, and then I get value with something pretty marginal. It was amazing. So that was fun. The only thing I'll complain about, Resorts World, if you're going to run a series, if you're going to put an event number, you're going to run a series, have a trophy for the winner, please. Just saying. Just saying. No trophy. Then WPT
You have to
Mystery.
laminate the money and just put it on your mantelpiece.
I guess so.
Yep.
We got a bomb pot here. WPT Mystery Bounty went great for me. I got 41st, and I got a 1K bounty, so that was pretty nice. And I didn't even run all that hot. Like, I only got 1 bounty, and I had a lot of other opportunities that didn't work out.
Yeah, well,
I got 41st.
Survival is the name of the game in tournaments, so well done making it that far.
Yeah.
Raul here joining us in the small blind over in the 1 seat now. We did have 1 seat available, and Raul is going to snap it up.
And he's going to look at his cards at some point, I'm sure. I don't think he's looked at his cards yet. He probably would have found the muck by now. Probably getting the chip count right, or okay, he's checked it over now.
Well, I mean, yeah, so he's coming into the small blind, so
Yeah.
he's getting dealt straight in for $1. Why not?
See if we can find anything great. JR holding top 2 on the top, and then bottom 2 on the bottom with some straight outs. So some scoopability there. We see Kenny 9765. He actually has the nut straight on top.
Oh, no, I didn't.
And also bottom end of it, and he does pot it to 90, so
I just wanted to make sure I didn't.
scoop candidate. Patty, ace queen 3-3 is going to be top pair and some back doors.
For 90.
Facing a $90 bet. Gonna get out of the way. Michael, pair both ways, gonna just get out of there. 10-9, 8-6 for JR. Two pairs, straight draws. Either of these players could scoop. We're gonna go heads up to the turns.
Beautiful turn card on top for JR. He's going to fill up.
Not a bad turn on the bottom either. Pairing the queen there is gonna give him a little bit more equity there.
Yeah, JP here still just working with the straight draw on bottom. JR here,
And
big favorite to take this one down.
and the 6, no good for JB because that would fill JR's hands. No, it wouldn't. Never mind.
It's always so tough.
I'm trying to sound smart.
It's all good, man. It's going to be tough for the both of us here.
Either way,
There's
we
just a
don't
lot
get
of
to the
cards.
river. JR just wins.
Yeah, understandably so. JB, they're just going to hate it. And this is going to happen so much in PLO.
Oh, he
The
cannot
board texture changes so much from street to street. I mean, between the flop and the turn, you can have the nuts change by just like what feels like an order of magnitude. And then again, even by the river. So just so many different things coming into play that you don't necessarily have to fear quite as much just playing the 2-card game.
See some talk in the chat wondering about the situation as far as PLO here at TCH. We do have the weekly PLO tournament. I believe that's when, Wednesdays?
There's a brand new schedule as
There's a
of
new
the first
schedule,
of
yes.
the year. I actually think there's a couple of PLO tournaments throughout the week. So yeah, go to TexasCardHouse.com. Go ahead and click into the Austin location. You can find all of those tournaments that we have there. I actually still need to familiarize myself.
That's actually Fridays.
What's that?
My mistake. So Wednesdays we have a Hold'em tournament. Fridays we have a PLO tournament. Both of those tournaments, $60 to get in. 2K guaranteed, 1K guaranteed up top. And so that's the tournament situation as far as PLO. We have that on Fridays, and then cash games happen when there's enough demand. I see there's also a Monday tournament, actually, a Monday PLO. So Mondays and Fridays you get your PLO tournaments here at TCH. And yeah, I'm also learning this new schedule, having been out of the game a bit. As we go 4 ways to a flop here. And Patty with king high hearts. And a gut shot, and lots of checking. JR with nut hearts.
A little bit curious that we're all checking through. We've got second nut hearts, and
And a
bottom
set. A set for Kenny, that's right.
Free turn card gives JB a wrap as well. So it's definitely something here for everyone. But check over to Kenny. He fires in a bet of 100. And when JB calls, this could very well bring the rest of these players along. But Patty is going to ditch her gut shot and king high hearts. But JR will stick around. Here we go, 3 players. 2. A river 10 of hearts. There it is. JR going to improve to the nut flush.
Patty going to feel very relieved when she sees this showdown.
If she sees it, in fact. JR is going to check, and this is going to let everybody check behind, so she will indeed get to see the nut hearts. Definitely a tricky spot where you don't necessarily want to just like lead out. You can kind of announce the strength of your hand by doing so, but at the same time, like, everyone's going to see that as a scare card and probably check behind. Like, who's going to bet the king high flush there?
Everyone's going to hate that river.
Yeah, I mean, like, if someone is in there with the king high hearts, they may just, I mean, I don't know. I don't have a ton of experience there. If it checks to you, you're in position, and you have the king high hearts, maybe you do go for value, and then get slapped with the check raise and have to figure out if it's the dry guy. I don't know exactly how that all plans out.
That's opponent dependent for sure.
Yeah. Seems to me that you kind of have to bet your hand in some of these spots, which again, going back to being out of position, it's just always tough. Like, you improve to your hand, and you're like, well, do I just like check and flow? Well, you kind of can't. So just start throwing some donk leads out there, and as long as you try to balance it in some way, shape, or form with some dry guys, and maybe if you have like 3 pairs or something, board pairs, a card that you don't have or whatever, you can be like, I have all the boats that they don't because I block everything, so throw a lead in there. Why not?
Really? Maybe it's the new system. Yeah, they want them all together on it.
All right, Patty here first to act. She's double suited. Probably come in for 5.
5
And she
calls.
will.
6 calls. 7 calls. 8, 9 calls. 1 call.
The limp train commences.
12.
All aboard.
Poker Jesus, not a believer.
6.
And neither is D's nuts. So here we go. 6 players to a flop. Jack high, 2 hearts.
Let's see, JB and JR and Uncle T all with heart draws. Uncle T also with the open ender. We see a couple players holding the jack. Patty's got top 2 right now, actually.
And we're just going to check all the way through.
And now Patty has top boat. And a hammerlock on his hands.
She is going to play this one slow, which I like. Give your opponents an opportunity to improve. She knows that she has the best hand. And indeed, JB will bite. He'll take a little feeler bet here with his trip jacks.
Patty just calling, keeping the trap going.
Yeah, this I'm not too sure about. I think there's way too many cards that are going to come on the river that are either going to sort of change the action by scaring off your opponent or just improving your opponent to a better hand, and you didn't charge them up front. So she is just going to go for that check call and then lead the river. JB, of course, just going to make a call with the trip jacks on the end. No friend, and Patty will drag the pot. I definitely think the check raise is in order there, though. Most
Absolutely.
Of the time. What do you think?
Like, the jig is up on that turn. Like, if you're going to continue there, like, that jack has to have helped you. Like, I doubt you're chasing a draw at that point.
Okay.
Well, you're probably not chasing, certainly not 9-nut hearts, you're not chasing at that point, usually. Especially in a 4 or 5-way pot.
And even if you do make your hand, are you going to lead the river or just go for the check call? Not exactly clear when the board is paired. Yeah, I'm not too sure. But, yeah, I usually am of the mindset is to like, put your money in when you're ahead.
Yeah. Hybrid Production just here yesterday. Loves the action. Great to have you here. We love having action, and it happens because everybody turns up here and plays the games, and that's where the action comes from.
Alright, so we got a 6 fold and 7 call, 8 fold, 9 fold. 1 fold.
Alright, JR going to raise it up to $5, and the limp train will once again arrive at the station.
Uncle T choosing not to raise that suited ace, king, queen there. We get a 6-way flop. Now you have to hit, and 9 deuce deuce is not really in anybody's dreams except for JR, who does have trips.
And really the only player with the clubs to go with it. So JR here with the lion's share of the equity.
Poker Jesus bets his overpair plus 9. No way! Did trips fold? No way!
I mean, I wouldn't have necessarily felt super inspired by the hand, but I don't think you should really be folding for a flop bet.
Yeah, if you get to be behind your hand,
You might just have the best hand. You might be able to improve to a better hand with the clubs working. I'm not
Yeah.
too sure.
Not to mention the boat outs. Not that you really love bottom boat.
straddle cam.
Yeah, sure.
Like if you're up against top trips, like his trips were not top trips. If you are up against better trips, though, you do have outs to get there if you hit one of those danglers.
Yeah. In the double board PLO bomb pots, when you have something like bottom trips without like anything super inspiring on the other board, perfectly fine to just let that go because you're just not really looking at a ton of improvement equity, and the fact that your hand is just going to like hold up as bottom trips is relatively low as well. However, when you're on a single board, definitely wouldn't hate to see someone sticking around with a flop that hits you that hard.
Especially when we've had pre-flop action to where ostensibly some people have folded. And you're not up against any 4 in 8 different seats.
Yeah.
That must have been a bad hit.
Any interest in doing a little gamble for a little side wager here, my friend?
All right, what do you say?
I usually do 20 with everybody in here, but
20
if that's,
bucks. Yeah, we'll do 20 bucks.
Okay.
That's right, this Nit's gonna bet 20 bucks. Who's going first here?
You know what? Go ahead and fire it up, my man.
All right, here we go. Good luck, us. And I am still awaiting my result. Ah, damn, I got 14.
I could probably beat a 14. Let's see if I can indeed.
You got a good chance. I like your side
Ooh,
there.
38. All right.
38. Wow, that's gonna be good enough.
So I lose some points, but I make 20 bucks off of my friend Will the Nit here. We'll go. We can just keep a running tally here.
Yeah, we can do that. Round 1 to you, sir.
All right. A little bit of Taco Bell money. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Multi-way once again here comes ace high. A couple of diamonds, 1 heart. Several players here working with the diamonds, and a couple of top pairs to go along with it as well.
And Patty's look best. Patty does have the combo draw. She's got the diamonds, she's got the wrap, and
JB,
now she has the straight. Patty now has Broadway.
JB there had flopped bottom set and does improve to the queen high straight here on the turn. However, that is not best.
That is not going to stop him from betting.
Yeah, dangerous situation here for JB. Has a hand that's going to feel pretty good. But
He's
is
nuts
way
calling with just a pair and a gut shot.
does
Patty-
have that king of diamonds, so some dry guy.
Yeah, try king. Now Patty just calling, holding the nuts with the redraw.
All right, whittled down to these 3 players. I was hoping for a non-board pairing diamond for sure. I wanted to see Poker Jesus go for it.
Instead, JB's going to fire one more time with that bottom end of the straight. Pots it for 240, or 210 rather. And Poker Jesus with 2 pair here. Aces and queens.
And I'll tell you, the second nuts, anytime you're in straight and flush territory, I'm just not feeling confident enough to bet into multiple opponents. But JB here is going to sort of own himself a little bit. He might even get Poker Jesus to commit a few extra chips
he's
to
gonna
Patty's
get-
cause.
He's going to get a taker. This is music to Patty's ears. Patty,
Patty here just going to call with the
party foul,
Better straight.
soft play, call the 4.
Oh, come on. But it definitely is going to be the unorthodox play to just call when you have the nuts there. There literally is no way for her to lose any money by raising, and so the standard operating procedure is to raise. But I don't know. Patty's experience with the game may be perhaps somewhere related to mine.
May
which
may
is
not have
like
realized
some-
that she had the nuts.
I mean, it feels like I've got the best straight, but like I'm kind of scared of straights sometimes. Well, I don't know, right? I'm just trying to justify it from my own limited experience, which is, you know, you might have to take a few extra seconds to be like, think about it.
Like, what do I
Can you
have?
lose? No, you actually have the nuts. There's no flush out there. Okay, now you have to raise.
It's even worse when you have 5 cards. It's like, wait, what do I have? What are these supposed to look like? Especially when it's like 2 in the morning.
All right, Will over here going on benders, playing into the wee hours.
Well, tournaments will do that to you sometimes.
Oh, they definitely will. They definitely will.
That's why also.
Michael Benson here says must use 2 of the 4-hole cards. That is correct. 2 and only 2.
That's right, and this is high only. There's no split pot except for our bomb pots.
Poker Jesus here says in game, Patty said that she thought that you all have the same straight. Yeah, I've certainly seen plenty of times people just call with the nuts. Usually when it's a 1-card straight in Hold'em, just because it's like, okay, do we, you know, just like raise back and forth when we know we have the same like 1 card. That's understandable, but certainly multi-way. I mean, you have the nuts. You got it.
And there is that 1 in 1,000 chance that they miswrite their hands, and then you're going to get extra chips.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to happen that often for it to be profitable.
Well, and also just like imagine that JB there has Jack 9.
Yeah.
Right? And he's like, wait, how the hell do you have a straight? I got a couple of the jacks over here. Like, you know, you can always go into blocker territory and be like, oh, I have a blocker, and convince yourself to call, which of course, blockers in PLO mean even that much more less than they do in Hold'em.
Absolutely. Totally overrated. Get a heads-up turn, where we're going to pair a deuce. Rahul with the ace-high hearts, no longer the nut draw, with the board pairing. Michael with top 2.
Yeah, Michael is happy to check back and give a free river card. Does not improve Raul, so Michael is going to take this one down if we get to showdown. And Raul is going to pounce on this. He's like, well, you checked back, so you probably don't have a really strong value hand. You would have charged my draw, so let me just come out firing and see if I can get it through. Michael snaps it off, and of course,
Easy bluff catch there.
he'll take it down. With how many chips he had behind there, I think that was, in my mind, more of like a slam dunk, like try to get all the money in on the turn.
Oh, yeah?
But, you know, still works out, gets the extra 75 there on the end.
Yeah. Just going back to just calling with the nuts, just for general awareness, like in a tournament like that could actually get you in trouble if you're last to act, just as a PSA to everybody. Like there is the expectation that you raise the nuts if you're last to act.
Yeah, I think TDA rules as well as the other big governing body. I forget.
WSOP.
Well, there's there's the TDA and then there's another one. I forget what they are. There's organizations that are specific to like governing tournament rules, and I think both of them have the stipulation that if you have the nuts and you close the action, you must raise. Because otherwise it's slow playing, or it's soft playing against your opponents, and that can be an indicator that you are trying not to take all the chips from a specific player, and that of course is very much frowned upon.
I'm seeing kings, and I'm seeing queens, and I'm seeing essentially a limped pot, and a 6-way flop, 7-way flop.
And there's also some things that we're incapable of seeing because there's so many players in this hand. The cards literally run off the top of the screen.
Yeah, so Rahul has now flopped top 2 with 8-4, and he does have the open-ender as well. And he is going to pot it, having basically the whole world. See if he finds a taker. I don't know that he's going to find one.
Feels pretty good when you have a hand as raggy as that, and you just flop the joint. Pretty good stuff.
Garbage does turn to gold sometimes.
Surely does.
I think we've just heard a call for a bomb pot. Doing a lot of bomb pots tonight. I like it.
Yeah.
We're not even an hour in.
Yeah, I mean, it's just full blown, what they got a button out there or something, right?
That's how they're doing it, rotation. I hadn't noticed.
Presume. Yeah, I think it's lurking under its hand there. Now
All right.
moved. Yeah, pretty sure.
On our Hold'em streams, of course, they're normally roughly once an hour. Maybe a different frequency this evening.
We've actually switched it now that the new year has come around. I played on the Monday night game, and we have a button in rotation.
Nice.
Yeah, so a lot more bomb pots on air for the standard Monday 2-5 game.
Good to know. And see if anybody's got a substantial piece of this. Poker Jesus with top set on the top board. No longer top set. Well, actually still top set because there's too many aces for somebody to have a set. Kenny now with 3 aces on the bottom. He's got aces full, actually. Second boat, and the only ace is full, so nuts there. JR, Queen 8-7-7. It's going to be a spade draw. Kenny's made it 65 with his boat. Poker Jesus, the only caller, and they're going to chop this up. Now, the spades do come in on the top, so Kenny could just bet with impunity here, or Poker Jesus actually went ahead and potted it. I think the graphics have it the other way because the all-in button is on Kenny, who, like I said, can bet this with impunity because he's got a hammer lock on the bottom board and scare card on the top. You never know if Poker Jesus is going to find the folds, which I believe he just did, actually. Like, that was the worst river. Like, that was a really awful river.
Yeah, so this is always one of the things that's the trickiest part for me, is trying to decipher betting patterns as it relates to which board your opponent is on, right? And sometimes it's very clear cut, where, like, let's say that you're in a bomb pot, which is where most of my experience comes from, right? And so you get to the flops, and then it's just like checks up front, somebody bets in later position, and then those players up front just call. Now the turn is like a texture changing card on one board, but the other one sort of nothing really changes, and now all of a sudden someone leads out, right? You can kind of use that information to be like, oh, this person probably just improved to a full house or a flush or whatever just came in on that one board. And in those scenarios, you can really use that to your advantage in terms of how you're going to play moving forward. I didn't remember exactly how that hand played out to see if there was a, sort of bit of information there for Poker Jesus to have deciphered that maybe his hand was still good on top, but, at the end of the day, like, there's just so many damn texture changing cards that happen all the time. Yeah. It's really tough.
And the real problem Poker Jesus had was that he was going to be calling for half the pot.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I don't think he ever expected that the kings would be good on the bottom. Mm-hmm. He expected somebody had that case ace.
Yep.
And so if you're calling for half the pot and you're not always going to win half the pot, you should usually be folding. Like, it's a pot-sized bet. So...
It was like 200 into only 200?
I think it was pot size on the river. Don't hold me to that, but...
Yeah, I feel like there was a bit more in there, which may have swayed the decision-making. But at the end of the day...
Nuts. Yeah, D's Nuts has flopped D's Nuts. The King High Spades, and also has a completely meaningless straight draw that is meaningless.
Well, that's the 6 of clubs out there, buddy. So let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
No, wait. That's a club? Damn it! I thought that was a spade.
All blacks. Read them and weep. JB has even more blacks, so he's got more.
There we go.
Yeah, come on.
So
We'll get with the program.
JB with the open ender. See if I know how to read a board anymore. They have the same open ender. We need 4-color decks.
I'm not sure that's going to fix what's going on over there. But maybe.
I've had one too many root beers, maybe.
That's what it is, man.
So, D's Nuts has potted it as though he had the nuts. He does have nut spades. And he does have the open ender to the nuts. And Patty's going to get out of there with her kings, which were the best made hands, but the equity underdog. All
right, and I love this play from D's Nuts, going for the check pot with a hand as strong as what he's got. He's drawing in multiple directions, and this is sort of the beauty of PLO that players that are maybe newer to the game don't fully understand. It's like, your hand isn't made yet, but you have so many cards with 2 coming that you're going to improve. Look at that, 88% for him to improve the best hand. I guess he does technically have the best hand already because his pocket 8s.
Yeah, the parent 8s are actually best.
So the equities are going to be skewed in his favor a little bit more because of that, but like...
He's got half the deck.
Someone that has Ace-7 here is going to be like, well... I've got to have the best hand right now, and A7 is like a dog against D's Nuts' hand.
Yeah, but they'll often just hold their nose and call.
Yeah. JB here thinking about holding his nose and calling, but he's doing the math, perhaps, thinking it through, and this is the sign of a man who's folding.
Feeling like a card funeral. And he does show what he folded. And, yeah, he was pretty much just drawing to a chop.
Yeah, he was way, way, way far behind.
He did have really weird backdoor trips or both. Like, he could have spiked another 7 to make himself trip 7s. That was about it.
Yeah, or one of the few remaining cards that could have given him a better straight on the turn and then river. Yeah. All right, so there we go.
Aggression wins in this case for sure.
Yeah, and I love that check raise as well. I hope we get to see some more of that. That's really the best way to put a meaningful bet out there when you're out of position. It's almost sort of like a nightmare situation when you have flopped a really strong hand, but that's vulnerable, and it's just like check, 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 check to you, and you're the last one, and you're like, can I not bet more than 30 effing dollars? Because like everyone's just gonna call this, and they do,
Yeah,
and
this
then
is
the
where
board
you-
changes, and you're like, ah, damn it.
This is where you wish you could overbet.
Yeah, exactly. But such is life in Pot Limit Omaha. Okay, here we go. The limp train has arrived. Everyone aboard.
Now this is basically a single board bomb pot.
Yeah, I gotta love it.
I think we had one who wasn't a taker. I think Poker Jesus folded.
No, he's in there. He's just
Oh,
off
he is in there.
screen.
Okay, so seed 4. Who's seed 4? I'm trying to be smart again. I gotta stop trying to be smart.
Yeah, D's Nuts has folded. So you did get something right. Someone folded. All right, but it comes all Broadway. We check all the way through, and it's another jack on the turn.
Don't see anybody with a jack.
Yeah, the problem is we're not going to have good equities here, as one of Patty's cards has either not scanned in or is duplicate with her neighbor due to a card scanning error. So she's going to bet 75 with a hand that I guess has a jack in it.
I can only assume there's a jack in that. I mean, it'd be pretty wild if she just had total air there.
663, for example.
663
or that board then.
Or like a very, or maybe like a spade and you're going for a very optimistic bluff with your draw.
Yeah, I think she had a jack.
Which I'd be all for that. I mean, that would at least make a good show.
Bluffing into that many players, yeah, that would just be...
That would be brave.
Next level, when she gets it through, too. Yeah, I would turn it over, do a lap around the room. Be like, read it in weak, bitches, pair of threes. Whatever it was, sixes or some shit. Alright, 5 to come in.
He's off the table.
Uh-oh, we got the Rona police kicking players out here. Alright, so min raise to 5 and then a raise next to act.
Poker Jesus with some aces may increase the price.
No, just gonna
No,
make
just
the
gonna call.
here. The 9 and the deuce not interacting in a very positive way there, so gonna just take a flop. Does flop the nut flush draw with the overpair, and well out in front in terms of the equities 4 ways.
And gonna have a hard time getting value. Rahul probably gonna come along with his top pair.
Honestly, a little bit difficult to even stick around when you don't have any backdoor opportunities on the short stack as Raul, so he does just let it go. Alright, looking at the earnings there, Uncle T, D's Nuts, and JB all in the green/black. Everybody else stuck a little bit, if not a lot of it. JR rounding things out down a little over 600. As we move on to hand number 21. Hands have been moving relatively quickly here. We're at the 7 o'clock hour, so we've been rocking and rolling for just about an hour. Made it through 20 hands of PLO. I feel like that's pretty quick.
Yeah, that's not bad. Especially when you sprinkle some bomb pots in there.
Yeah. And the bomb pots, of course, you know, a lot of people complain about them, and sometimes you do lose a lot of time with the bomb pots, especially when you're used to the pace of 2 cards, especially like 1-3 and 2-5, where there's a lot of 3 betting, it gets the heads up, and then someone wins and you're on to the next hand. The bomb pots, I mean, you go straight to the flop, so you do skip an entire street of betting, which is one thing that does, you know, sort of make it a little bit faster in its own right. But then, of course, when you have 7 people trying to decide whether or not they're going to chase their shitty gut shot or whatever on that board, and you got this over here, that can certainly eat up some time. Alright, so Patty here going to raise it to 5. We're going to get everybody at the table calling, I imagine. Raul will raise it up. I'm not too sure. What do you think about that hand for a raising hand?
Well, I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, double suited, well, 1 suited. Okay, I don't like the Tangler. If he were double suited, I'd like it better.
It is all red though.
Yeah, it's all red. Like if it were double suited, I'd like it a little bit better. But like it's one of those speculative hands to where like if you smash this flop, then you know where you're gonna stand. You know where you stand on the flop. Like you either smash it or you have an easy check fold. and Patty with top pair here.
Raul, who you might think has an easy check fold, is going to bet the pot.
But hey, you know what? He has the betting lead, right? So, like, that's the upside. There is only one over. Like, if we're going to try and justify this,
It's super disconnected, so it's hard for your opponents to have connected in a way that's going to be inspiring. They need to have something like 3, 5, 6, you know, and King 4.
and how often do you get to the flop with those hands?
Oh no,
Patty does have the top pair, and she comes along, and now the 4's going to pair.
Sheriff Patty on the beat. Checks it over Raul with less than a pot-sized bet remaining. If he stuffs the last 200 in there, Patty may just shrug and call this off.
I don't see how you can fold to a shove from Rahul at this point. He got this far. He's going to shove, and she is going to call, and Rahul's drawing dead. So Patty going to take this.
This was my favorite hand. Raul just put his foot on the gas and was like, I'm going to win this hand. This hand is mine. And like he got called by like infinite players and still went for it. I love it. You the man.
So the first question, I respect a good bluff, but when you are going to run a bluff, the first question that you should be asking is, are my opponents ever going to fold? And I think at this table, pre-flop at least, the answer to that is a resounding no.
Yeah, but again, backing it up, he's got all reds.
Yeah.
You know, he has some connectivity.
Yeah,
and
like that's a
then
reasonable hand.
It's when it came to the flop where it's like
The flop, I probably just get the hell out of there because like I have nothing. Like I have like absolute nothing in like a 5-way pot.
yeah.
That's probably where I give up. Like I said, I respect bluffing pre, but like everything after the flop, that's where it gets dicier. Just because like people are just not folding top pair for the most part. They're just not folding top pair.
Yeah. Why would you?
Yeah, and you really need them to fold top pair there.
Yeah.
Especially when like you are the short stack, your SPR is to where you really can't scare them.
Yeah.
Like it's not like you're gonna be facing an $800 river shove.
Yeah, it's tough. It is challenging to try to get the bet sizing correct because you always have to be aware of what your stack depth is. Because yeah, it's like if you pot the flop and then you're like, oh wait, I'm only betting half pot now on the turn. Like how are they ever going to fold? Maybe if you size down a little on the flop and go for a full pot all in, that could sway some decision making a little bit.
Sorry.
They got a double suited ace king for JR.
Talking to Tom.
Just makes it 5, which is the minimum here, and gets 4 takers. Some reasonable hands here. And D's nuts has flopped D's nuts, and I'm pretty sure this time because it's top set on a rainbow board.
And it is checked around completely.
And nobody else really has much here. We're going to check through and go to the turn, which will fill up D's nuts. He'll be playing jacks full of 8s here. He will win this pot if it gets the showdown. JR picks up a heart draw that's no good. He also picks up trips that are no good. And D's nuts checks again. Patty going to bite to the tune of $25. JR going to pop it up. Makes it $100. And this is the dream scenario for top boat, which has disappeared off the graphic. What happens?
I think we must have had a card read error because, yeah, obviously you're not folding jacks full here. Patty is going to relinquish. And
Interesting
JR will
read
take
error
this
there.
one down with what we can only imagine was indeed the best hand.
Yeah, I don't think he actually had jacks there if that happens.
Yeah, I don't care how nitty you are. Like, if I have top boat and there's one combination of pocket 8s to have me beat, like, I don't care.
Yeah, I'm
You're
gonna lose
get
my
one.
shirt there. Yeah, like you're just gonna win, and that's just how it is. And I assume he had one jack probably. Maybe the other jack ended up in somebody else's seat.
If it was on you,
One jack makes sense. 2 jacks, obviously not.
Yeah.
we'll be able to see.
Some discussion here about the what's the rate? Well, in Texas, the private social clubs in Texas, including Texas Card House, don't charge a rake. There's membership dues. There's a club access fee. You can see all those details at TexasCardHouse.com. Here at TCH Austin, $12 an hour, and then I think a daily is $10. There's also monthly and yearly options.
Jesus here. Gonna raise it up to, no, it's that's gonna be Mr. T or yeah, Poker Jesus is not the player raising this one. So we'll get the action backed up here. Uncle
Now,
T,
Uncle
not
T
Mr.
had
T,
aces
sorry.
and he's going to raise,
20 bucks.
as one usually does. D's nuts calling.
It's a red low card.
Michael calling with the suited ace.
360, yes. Okay, and then, you know. are you
Some
copying here?
connectivity for D's nuts and JR.
4 players to a flop. Let's see if Uncle T can hold with the aces and scoop another big one, you know? Why not?
King,
He did it
Queen,
once before.
7 is going to be kind of scary there. So, draws of plenty here. We check through. And now the Jack is going to complete the straight for JR. He's got the bottom end of it, though. He's not going to feel that great about it. D's nuts now with 2 pair. And ace is now drawing dead. Michael's going to fire out the 75. Holding a pair of jacks and a gut shot.
Yeah, a little bit.
And the bottom end of the straight gets out of there.
Yeah, dummy end. Second nut is just immediately done.
And
I'm not too sure about that. D's nuts gonna win with 2 pairs.
yeah, jacks and deuces as we go check on this river.
Kings and jacks.
Kings and jacks. He's playing kings and jacks. He has 3 pair. You can only play 2 of them though. I just saw the deuce.
He definitely improved to 3 pair. You are correct.
Yeah.
I
I swear I know how to play this game.
I like there's I heard this one time. There's a variant that some people would play where like if you made 4 pair, it was actually like the nuts or whatever. Just like you know, you got 4 pair, you win.
Okay. Yeah, I could work with that.
And I mean, if you were playing with that, right? It's sort of like a version of the deuce, or the 7 deuce game, where you get paid like a bounty. It's like there's just like a random, unknowable hand that exists where you could just win because you have 4 pair. Like literally, like all 4 of your hole cards,
Yeah.
of course, on the board have to be paired. Not like 3 and then a pair on board, but
And you have to get past the flops too. Like you have to get there on the turn. So
minimum.
hey, you got to. You've got to really hang in there.
1 makes 30, 2 and 3 fold, 4 fold.
Let's see, Rahul gonna raise it up. King, Queen, Jack with the dangler there.
6 calls.
Like it seems like it's just one card, but like that takes some equity away. Like early position, like I tend to try and avoid having what we call danglers, things like Rahul's 3 of clubs that just don't do anything with your other 3 cards.
Yeah.
And King 7-6 is going to give Rahul top pair. And no draws of substance as we check through. We got that magical 8 of spades. D's nuts does have a spade draw. And a lot more life. He's got a gut shot. We check through again. And there's D's nuts once again. Jack high straight.
Yeah, and he gets to play this in position. Let's see if Raul takes a stab at this, as he's got just the top pair, and he is going to try to get the showdown, of course. These nuts now going to fire out a wager for value. He'll go for half pot.
Actually does pot it up to 102.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Gets no taker.
It looked like half pot because...
Because the pot number grows when the bet goes in, the pot number grows. So the pot number doubles, so it looks like half pot.
Oh, yeah.
I get you.
Maths are hard.
Between the 2 of us, we're going to figure out what's happening.
Alright, we got double strong 20.
Maybe. No
Maybe.
promises, people, but we're doing our best in here.
Total dead money back here tonight.
Speaking of dead money, maybe we should do another game.
Are we there
See if I can
yet?
get
Are we there yet?
20
Let's find
bucks
out.
out of here.
I may regret asking if we're there yet.
Well, my chat is completely frozen, so...
Yeah, reload. Glad to have you all here tonight. TCH Live, William Whitey, the New York Knit with Ron here. And be sure hit like, hit subscribe if you haven't done so already. Hattie, Viking her Kings. Gonna make it 50. I think we've had a straddle on. Maybe we've had a $20 straddle put on.
Probably can't do 20.
King, queen, e3. Well, I see call 20 from the +2. I think there was maybe a straddle or a double straddle that happens. We'll see
If
in a
someone
moment.
straddles, then there's no longer a minimum entry.
Well, maybe a double straddle happens. Yeah, I think Rahul may have double straddled here, is what happens.
Okay, sweet. I like it.
And he's going to get rewarded with Ace Jack 10-10 double suited, which is a hand that could put more chips in the pot. Won't want to here, given that he's against kings.
Well, but he's so short stacked. I mean, the goal
But
now
you
is
could, yeah,
not
you
to,
could
like-
just get in here. Yeah, you could absolutely just get in pre.
Yeah.
And I think he's elected to do that. He pots it up to 232. Patty, I imagine, is going to just effectively get the rest in here with kings. Maybe she flats and the rest of it goes in on the flop.
Yeah, Patty not going anywhere.
She does just call. I probably just put in the raise there with the kings and get heads up.
That's certainly one approach. So, other opponent gets out of the way. We're going to go heads up here.
8-7-6. They're both going to like this flop.
Raul actually has a little bit left, $100 or so. Patty will call it off, and
And he gets his ace.
I don't.
that is going to
Rahul.
be a very good turn card for him. It's going to prove to the top pair.
Rahul going to get the double. Albert H. wondering, can he Mississippi straddle? Thank God, no. No button straddles here at TCH.
Got it back from me.
So the rule here, you can straddle from under the gun. Has to be at least twice the big blind. Could be up to your entire stack in the Hold'em games. PLO, it's not quite that big, I don't think. And then if under the gun straddles, player to their left can re-straddle. Has to be at least twice the straddle. Can do that all the way around to the button. And we have definitely seen some 2, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80, 160 hands around these parts. You got your gamble loaded up yet?
I seem to be having a little bit of internet connectivity issues, so I'm trying to reload my chat.
All right.
Okay, that
There
one
you
actually
are.
went through. Check these points.
Like 20 seconds.
And yeah, I won, so I'll give it a try. We may have to wait a little bit, but we'll go for it.
We'll see.
All right, locked and loaded.
Okay, we can't give away too much. It's probably a joke.
Indeed, it went through. 46 is what you got to beat.
All right, here goes nothing.
Depends how many.
All right, another bomb pot here.
I believe I got everyone's down. But now you're gonna make me
Let's go.
Ship it for Will the Net 85. All right, we're back to even.
All right, let's get a look at these hands. Kenny with an ace and a gut shot both ways. Middle set for JB and a bad heart draw on top. Rahul, not much. T. Weak diamond drawing a pair and a gut shot.
The hamsters on the
these
wheel
nuts.
for our poker software here, really working overtime here, trying to get all of this information.
D's nuts
processed.
potting it pretty light here. Ace Queen 7-3. No real draw to speak of. And Kenny's going to call with his ace plus nut diamonds, and so's JB with his set. JR going to call with his draws. 10 of clubs, 6 of spades is going to put up a club draw that nobody has, and then 6 of spades on the bottom.
okay. Well, I gotta wait actually.
That gives JR an additional pair on the bottom. JR has 2 pair on the bottom.
8 and 9 check.
The craziest thing here is that Kenny is shown as drawing dead, even with the nut flush draw on bottom. But that's just because the RF poker software knows that literally every diamond in the deck that doesn't pair the board is just gone. And so, it just can't happen.
So
And he does brick it out. And
JB. He's got 4s full of 10s on top, and he's got a set of 5s on the bottom. And he is scooping if we get to showdown. He is going to go full pot here, 450. And these nuts pretty light here. Gonna fold.
Yeah, sometimes when you see ace-high boards both ways, you feel like your ace-queen is going to be, like, pretty decent. And then you get called in all those spots and you're like, okay, I guess not. And that's the nature of the beast here, man. Like, you can connect decently well with both boards, but, like, you really need to have all of one or more, right? Like, having a little bit on both is kind of actually the worst possible scenario. Because you can kind of just like get you sucked into a bigger pot than you should have ever played.
You want,
like,
yeah.
I've seen plenty of times where I've got like top and bottom pair on one, and then like top two on the other, and you're like, how could anybody have anything? I've got it all. No, these draws are gonna freaking obliterate you by the river.
Yeah, and the worst is that you're actually blocking yourself from improving as well.
Exactly. Yeah, the worst of both worlds.
Jack 8, 7, 6, double suited, pretty connected. Patty with a better connected hands. Only one suit though. Ace King that just calls.
Raul here going to go for a little pot builder. Takes it up to 30 and
Just a little sprinkle. That's a fairly weak holding to be doing that with.
I always think, though, that things like this, maybe not with this exact holding, but also why the F not, is like kind of cool because it just, you know everyone's going to call, and if you would be willing to play your hand for $30, like why not do it? Because now the pot has $180 in it, and you did that, right? Like you got to dictate that, and that's kind of cool.
10-9-5 is going to give Uncle T a wrap, a mega wrap. It's going to be Michael doing the betting with at least a pair and an open-ender. JB just going to fold bottom two.
I think I full bottom too.
Yes,
I'm
yes, he is.
About doing that.
And Patty, yeah, back to Uncle T. That makes sense. Uncle T choosing the call here, you could definitely put more money in. Having so many straight outs, the ace is not one of those outs. And
all the way through on the turn though, and bingo! Patty hits the jack for the nut.
The Broadway. She's got Broadway. Michael may have two hearts. We'll find out. Patty pots it, holding the straight on a board where the backdoor hearts come in. Michael is thinking about it.
Yeah, this is perhaps a little too ambitious for
He has
Patty.
at least top two. Yeah, this is definitely too ambitious for Patty. Sorry to cut you off.
Oh, no, you're good. I just think when the backdoor comes in, it is certainly a little bit less likely that you have to worry about your opponents having that nearly as frequently as the front door coming in. But a full pot-sized wager really opens you up to just getting completely blown off the hand for a price that is just way too expensive. Imagine that you bet half pot and you only get raised by the flush or a bluff, you know, like 30% of the time. And called, the other 70% of the time by a hand that you beat, in terms of just the players that don't fold, and then tack on the extra full half pot on top of that with the same result. It's like you're not making that much more money, and because of the vast majority of the time that they just like either completely run away or repot you with the nuts, and then you have to fold. Or make the decision if you're going to call with a hand like that. I mean, I think you're just opening yourself up to a world of hurt.
Absolutely. And Patty did not get any takers there. Uncle T correctly folding the bottom end of the straight there.
Now, let's say that Patty has like the king of hearts when she does that, or even the queen of hearts, right? Like you could definitely justify going for some bigger bets, but even then, the blocker thing that we talked about before, it's not a like.
You really don't want to get raised, is the thing. Like, you have to be willing to bet fold. Mm-hmm. We see nines and then tens and then queens and then kings. Everyone's getting pairs.
Where's aces?
I know. I feel cheated now.
Yeah, Poker Jesus didn't bring that one through for us.
And it's JB spiking the ace on the flop to beat all of these lesser pairs.
Get out of here. I got a single ace. That's all I need, bitches.
Mandatory ace on the flop when you have kings.
Yeah, magnets or something.
And now
Ooh.
Patty with second set.
Let's go. Patty leaping out into the front. She now only loses if a king or a queen come. So she'll go ahead and fire out a pot-sized wager.
Michael with a somewhat ambitious call, just middle two pair. Well, not that ambitious. It is middle two pair. Nothing's come in yet.
Yeah.
It's debatable.
Jack of diamonds on the end, not going to improve his hand. He does have double queen blockers to the Broadway straight, but he's not going to go for the bluff, as he just wants to get to showdown against like East King or something with spades, and that is not to be. So Patty will win at showdown, 350 going to her.
And it kind of sucks when you have that middle two type holding there with the 10-4 on the turn. You may be ahead at the moment, but there's a lot of rivers that are going to suck.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't have hated it if he had maybe a little bit more chips, and when his opponent checks to him on the river, use your pair blockers, you know, sort of blocking the sets to go for a bluff, when they could have also just been on, they either could have been on the flush draw and you were just like ahead of them, so you win against those anyways, and then if you could ever get them to fold a superior two pair, you know, that's another way to go about it. But yeah, I don't know, that's you're also barking up a pretty tall tree.
Yeah, sometimes they have okay tournaments with Tampa. 9 makes it 25.
She can raise with suited ace with one more spade than you'd usually like. And I think Michael's just ripped it in with his King Queen 10-7 over the raise and several calls.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to pull just a smidge of that back and play it on the flop, as we are, of course, limited to pot-sized wagers. It's over to Uncle T, who has seen JB call in between, and he is just going to let his hand go.
Yeah, rightly so. That's not a great holding.
Patty, though, gives no fucks, and she is going to make the call, and so she's in the mix.
She came to play.
Yeah.
3 ways we go.
Michael, with crumbs remaining, will still have an action, and there it is. All the chips go in.
And we see Michael with a straight draw. He's got the open ender.
Yeah, not a terrible flop for him, but JB obviously not calling with a hand like this to just go folding. And he's in fact just going to raise, which is interesting. And here we go, heads up between Michael and JB. 10 on the turn, needs another card to improve and doesn't get it. So JB will win with just the pair of aces. Michael there, 10 of clubs on the turn, definitely had too many outs syndrome, as he could improve by connecting with probably somewhere around half of the deck, but it was not to be. And JB will scoop another decent sized pot here. Michael will have to reload if he wants to continue playing. And for hand number 29, perhaps moving on to hand number 30, I'm going to leave you with it for just a second as I step out to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
All right. We got to look at our winnings so far. Uncle T and JB, the biggest winners. These nuts also having a decent night so far. Great to be with you all tonight. It's been a while, been a couple months. I've been getting around between New York and Vegas and other places. Back in Texas now. Glad to be playing some poker and hanging out with you guys, talking about poker. See you in the chat there, Ragnar Overby. Great to see you.
But now it's match stack, right?
7. It is match stack. Yeah. 7, 8 fold.
I think they're just discussing the top-up possibilities. Sounds like it is a match with stack, as is often the case here in Texas.
3 folds.
Uncle T gonna raise over these limps. Ace, King, Jack, 9. Ideally, you want 4 cards that work together, and we kind of fit the bill here, and he's just going to take it down, surprisingly. Nobody wants to go to a flop 5 ways.
Wearing those glasses that show him the feed.
Appreciate you being in the chat, Kenny. Appreciate every one of you in the chat.
Alright, straddle
It's like the second time he folded in one of my races. I don't know what that's thick. You should not raise the money.
I folded to your raise too, Tom.
I know, Patty.
So you stepped out of the room, Aaron, and we had like the one hands ever where it was just raise and take it.
Oh, nice.
Oh, you're saying-
Timed it
I thought
perfectly.
you were saying the blinds. You said 1, 2, 5. Yeah, there's a straddle. Alright, 7 and 8 fold. Do you need me to? They need to.
Alright, perhaps a little bit of confusion here, but JB is going to make it 10 slash call 10. Not exactly clear.
It's a triple.
Peas Nuts there getting a massage from Callie, licensed massage therapist from Texas Royal Touch. If you're at TCH Austin, you can always come on in, get yourself a tune-up for $1.50 a minute. I know I use their services frequently. Sitting at a poker table can get your neck, shoulder, arm, back muscles all knotted up.
How about this for Rahul? He flaps the Jack High Diamonds, and he does have the open-ended straight flush redraw. As we check through, we get the Ace of Spades, which is not a card that anyone's going to be all that excited about.
9 checks. Yes, we do. One. Just one. He's here.
Doesn't change anything for Rahul. Flush still best, and he does bet it out now.
So a DC fan?
It's like $75.
Me?
Maybe a Cowboys fan.
Patty confirming that it's her action before she folds. Very considerate to make sure that you're acting in turn.
Thank you.
Aaron joining us here in the chat. What's up, man? How goes it? Alright, so it does look like Michael has taken his leave, as he has not come back reloaded there in seed number 766. But perhaps just run into the ATM, something of that nature. We shall see. Perhaps we'll get a new face joining us here in just a moment. I like the $10 straddle. I really do. I feel like
8 folds, 9 folds.
it sort of disincentivizes people from just calling the 5. It's just 5, 5, 5, 5, 5 all the way around the table.
We're gonna
So,
he's right
you know,
there.
if you actually have a hand, you can pot it and make it a reasonable amount that people are going to be like, I guess I probably don't want to call with this garbage.
There's a clock and
Uncle T will get back just in time to see the Ace King 9-6 with a bunch of hearts. He'll make the call.
3 folds, 4 folds.
Digging that shirt, by the way. Very stylish.
And check. We are 4 away.
All right, Patty calls, closing the action. Or rather, JR closes the action.
5 checks.
With the straddle. Here we go. 4 players to a flop. 10, 9, 4, 2 tone. Checks all the way through quickly. The 8 of diamonds.
Patty's got the bottom ends of the open enders. She does add a pair, and also the Jack now makes her a straight.
JR with the King High Diamonds, roll Queen High Diamonds.
Makes it 20, gets 2 takers. Deuce of Spades. Total brick. Patty going to be best with a pair of 8s if we get to showdown.
This is amazing. You so rarely see this in Omaha, where someone with just 1 pair, let alone 3rd pair, is best. But,
Especially when
here
it's
we
not
are.
even heads up.
Yeah, why not?
It's like, okay,
Oh my god.
that's 71 hours I didn't expect to be seeing.
Yeah. Patty with a grin on her face will happily drag the
You said ace,
pot.
it's like pocket ace, you got a set over there? No, don't leave it.
1-8.
All right, one more hand
Open-ended.
of regular PLO, and then we will do
Would
another
be
bomb
big, but I
pot.
don't know where he is.
We look again at the earnings. Uncle T
700, you want big
over
blind now, right?
1,000. JB not too far away from the 1K milestone, and
And I see chips in seat 6.
yeah, somebody's coming in if it's not Michael, but it just may be.
What do you want your name to be?
Ah, it's a new player.
Zach? Alright, Zach is in for 700.
Apparently it's going to be Zach.
Yeah, he's the big blind.
It's going to be the big blind, and JR preemptively straddling the 10.
Yep, He said he wants it, it's coming. He already has some money in there.
Somebody mentioned in chat earlier, Texas games tends to play bigger than advertised, and you see why. 1-2 game suddenly has a $10 straddle.
Hell yeah, love it. Love to see it.
And when you get down all 4 cards, put all 4 of them on here. Try to avoid doing one at a time.
Right here.
This little target.
Queens for JB.
You can look at him first. It doesn't matter which
Oh, pretty raggedy, gonna come along. Uncle T just called with the ace king queen with the suit. Not a lot of pre-flop raising going on here tonight.
Yeah, I mean we've seen it from a couple of the spots, but by and large,
There we go. JR is bumping it up.
yeah, but I think this is just going to get called in a bunch of spots. Bro will make it out of here as his hand is pretty junky. But once again, this goes back to what we were talking about before, where it's like you kind of feel like, I mean the pot odds, and if I call and everyone else calls, right? I mean, here we go. Right, Uncle T gonna come in. Patty's never folding. And
He got me excited for a moment. Like, he picked up a bunch of chips. There was some black chips. I was wondering if he was gonna do something really adventurous, but not this time, unfortunately. We do go 4 ways to the flop here. Ace 10, 6 with a couple of spades. And let's see, JR's got a straight draw to go with his ace. Patty's got top and bottom with her ace 6. Best made hands at the moment. JR makes it 100. Uncle T goes nowhere. Pair plus got shot. Patty going nowhere with her 2 pair. Club draw comes in on the turn. JR now with the 2 pair of his own and the club draw. Ace 7, the best hand at the moment. And he will make it 100. Uncle T getting out of the way now.
100 into 560. This is like a block bet size,
So tiny.
but does give the stack to pot ratio just barely over 1. So leaving himself with a pretty chunky bet here on the.
Oh,
empty
wow.
hand.
Patty called, and now she's going to lead this turn, but JR has rivered the nuts.
Yeah, leading the river here is Patty, and just sort of taking a hand that I guess doesn't have a ton of showdown, right? She's just sitting on the 2 pair. Board's gotten really connected. I'm just not sure what folds, right? If she's doing this as a bluff, which you can only imagine she is, 300 into 750.
Yeah.
Is a straight really gonna fold? Is 8-9 gonna fold for that amount? I'm not too sure it is.
Seems unlikely, and then a flush is just going to punish you. He just
Wait.
called?
Okay, three to a straight flush, so he doesn't have the nuts.
True.
Patty has that 4 of clubs, so she actually did.
She
sort
does
of
block the
interact
nuts.
with it.
She blocks the second nuts.
Yeah.
She blocks the straight flush. I'm surprised that he just calls.
They're 2 of the deeper stacks at the table, and perhaps has run into that sort of situation too many times before, where he's like, all of a sudden she's leading and I have the ace of clubs, like, this doesn't feel good. And it was like this like weird half pot, not even half pot size. Like, I don't blame him for being like, okay, like this could be a straight flush. And let's take the flip side of that, which is, let's say that Patty has the king high flush, and then let's say she has everything else. if he raises, she's gonna fold everything else. Does she even call with the king high flush when he raises? I'm not sure. Maybe.
She seems like she's been pretty happy to call tonight. So this
Okay,
point.
so yes, but against your average player, and maybe these two don't have a ton of.
Yeah, against generic opponent, words are hard. Against generic opponent, yeah, probably less inclined to pop it in, but
If you're in there with like real aggressive battling opponents, like it's a mandatory raise there. But yeah, no, I mean, I actually don't even hate it. I really don't. And let us know here in the chat if you guys, especially the players from this game that are watching, if you think that that's just too tight, or if it's honestly just kind of like squint at it and be like, yeah, I lose to some shit.
Are we
so just
ever
call.
are we ever not raising third nuts for value? Or are we always raising third nuts for value? Let us know as we
It's
get to
not
a bomb
even third
pot.
nuts. We got the top end of the straight flush, we got the middle straight flush, and the bottom. So it's the fourth nut. So actually,
Technically, yeah, which is the right kind of.
Actually,
That's the best
well,
kind of correct.
okay.
That's the best kind of correct. Technically, it's the best kind. You're right. As we see JR turn a set of queens.
I had to do it.
Yes, you did. Absolutely. You get your Chat Pro gold badge. JR has made it 90, and we'll see what takers he gets. D's Nuts does have top set on a straighty flushy board, so in other words, he has a drawing hand, and he's going to call. Like, I actually consider folding if I'm D's Nuts, because this is a one-way hand. And he does call, and now they're going to chop if it gets the showdown. That 5 of diamonds, at least, is not going to be any scarier for him, as it does go check, check. Like, it feels gross, the full top set, but you got almost nothing going on the bottom. Yes, you have an overpair, but the front door came in already, which I guess you have the king blocker, but...
Yeah, the thing that I like about D's Nuts calling is that he can improve to what is effectively the nuts on top with any board pair. If his opponent was on that board, but had a better hand on the bottom, right? Like, once they get counterfeit on a board pair river, like, he can bluff them off, he's in position. He also has the king of spades, so he has a blocker to the nut spades on bottom. If the spade comes in, his opponent checks to him. Got so many opportunities to bluff the river, and you know, quote-unquote bluff, like he could have the top already just locked up, but be able to push his opponent off of a better hand on bottom and scoop the whole pot. So I really like the move there, to stick around. You know, on those rivers, you know, just taking his showdown value.
Yeah.
Very understandable, but I suspect that he would have been blasting it had it come specific cards.
Maybe I've just been burned one too many times there.
Well, so I mean, we've all been burned in some nasty spots, but if you have a plan that's forward thinking, where it's not necessarily about getting burned because like I'm only worried about the fact that I have top set. It's like I have top set and I have position and I have the king of spades. Like there's a lot of things working for me where I can win all of this money and don't even have to settle for half, right? Thinking just about the set of kings is sort of already taking the mindset of like, please, Jesus, let me just get half this pot. The other side of it is, I think, the more forward-thinking side.
Please be back raising D's Nuts. He does. Boom. Back raise. D's Nuts just went with an amazing ace queen 10 with a suit, and does get someone down the line to bite in the form of a pot. And he's now repotted, and he's going to get heads up with Kenny, who's got ace queen XX.
And Kenny's
Looks like it's gone
all
all in, actually.
Yeah. So 650 in the middle, they're just
Fantasy
going to rip
five.
this out. Uh-oh.
Oh, it's got to be a jack of clubs.
Yeah, we're just slowing down for the action as we don't have Kenny's cards read in, and so you just have to get the RF software updated. There it is, jack of clubs and deuce of diamonds on the end.
Aces are probably good.
Yeah.
You see the cards get turned over. And I don't see the other hand. We'll see if Jeremy pushes the pot to C4. Ace, queen, queen,
Yeah,
10.
there it is.
Okay, yeah.
Very
So-
similar hands between those two players. And Kenny, they're actually flopping very well considering that he was really up against it. Did have the heart draw, but didn't find a heart.
And those are fine hands to stack off with there.
Yeah, especially for that stack.
Yeah, it's going to play itself.
Yeah, he's good.
So Ace is going to hold out. Kenny, unfortunately, going to get stacked. We'll see if he hangs around or not. I now see what Kenny was talking about when he was talking about reliving the nightmare.
Yeah, sorry.
He showed up in the chat earlier this evening.
Oh, okay. All right, onwards and upwards. Hand number 36 here as Jeremy will get all of these cards slung out. We do have a straddle and what sounds like a double straddle coming in from Raul in the 1 seat.
I'm gonna need a Phil live stream.
All right, Uncle T here out of the way for Jesus and Kings Nuts follow suit. Patty here.
Ace King suited, so
25.
got something going there.
Just calling though, and
5 balls, 6 and 7.
yeah, the double straddle here incentivizing players to either sort of fold or just call. Over and around to JB though was the pocket queens with some pretty bad dangling 8-4 behind it. No suits, but he is going to pot it and see if he can just take this down right now. Raul's out of there. Patty though, not the kind of player that bows down lightly. We'll get the action caught up here in just a moment. Patty does indeed call after Raul is out of the way, and we're going to go heads up to a flop. Queen high, but there's Broadway for Patty. Top set versus Broadway. These two players both 1.4K deep. We could get a lot of chips in the middle here.
For sure, a Yeti Cooler of the Night candidate in progress here.
JB.
Patty immediately raising it up to 300 over JB's 100, and then JB's just going to say, let's go. And Patty's probably going to say, okay.
Yeah. No, you pretty much can't hope for anything better. She does not have backdoor clubs working, but pretty much at this point, she's like, this is a rainbow flop. I don't even care. I have the nuts, and I'm not really afraid of that much. She turns her cards over immediately. We get a 9 of spades on the turn, and the board does not pair for JB. He is going to get whacked all the way down to the felt, and a little clap of the hands there for Patty, as she is going to take all of the chips from her man across the way, JB. Damn, what a hand.
Fireworks. Amazing. Massive core. We're going to get these chips counted out. Another one of those spots where it's just going to go in.
Yeah, now if I'm...
By top set, I mean, like, it's not the nuts.
The flop couldn't have come better.
Yeah, so like if I'm JB and I bet he bets 100 into, it wasn't quite half pot, but right around there, right? Bet half pot, get raised to 300. Bet 100, get raised to 300. I'm probably just calling rather than repotting myself personally.
Yeah.
But I also wonder if you make the call the extra 200 and then see a brick turn that really makes the board super connected and you have no interaction with that. Well, actually, no, he turned the queen high straight.
Yeah, he did
So
pick up the straight, which...
Yeah, so then he probably still can't fold.
Yeah, which the problem is, like, it could be dead, right?
Yeah, I mean, having the top set,
That's
you're
the thing,
never
like
dead,
that-
but
that
the
nine of
straight can be
spades.
toast, yeah.
Like, that 9 of spades is, like, not my favorite turn in the world, just because, like, there's now actually a lot more straights that I lose to on the top ends. Like, kings may have just stumbled into a straight on me.
Sure.
Like a king-king-jack or a king-king-queen type hands.
Yeah. Yeah, but does play it fast, and now Patty gonna have to find room for all of JB's chips over there as he is going to reload.
I got a color up to seat 5, please.
Players checks live stream, Phil live stream.
We've had so much action. Jeremy has run out of money in the well, and now he needs more money brought in.
And by money, we mean chippies.
That's right. The small, whatever material they use.
The clay.
Clay, yeah. Some small clay objects that...
Jay Stevens, I am sorry for your roll. That is disgusting.
Ooh, not well.
It's about time for us to go again. You ready, sir?
Yeah.
All right, you won the last one. You get to decide if you go first or second, so up to you.
I'll go first, and I'll gamble. $43.
All right, similar boat as me last time. Let's see if I can find an 80-something. I'll take a 70 this time, just a 70. Ooh, 80's fine too.
All right, Aaron's ahead again.
Let's go.
Jay Stevens, is that 212 an area code reference? Am I dealing with a fellow New Yorker here? Though I'm from the 631 myself.
Yeah.
Way out in Suffolk County.
The fun thing about growing up in a rural place is that we only ever had one area code for the longest time.
Can I put them
It
on?
was 303 in Colorado, and 303 got through a lot of my childhood. It wasn't until later that we got 917 and then a bunch of other ones. But New Mexico, 505.
Yeah.
Everything 505. Like I mean, that's the one and done. And I don't suspect they'll run out of 505s, anytime soon.
Yeah,
But.
we're gonna find out.
At least until Albuquerque becomes hot real estate.
I mean, honestly, just like every other, city that's got something going on, which, Albuquerque is well known for its crime and other things.
It's allowed.
There's a reason Breaking Bad was set there.
But, I mean, property is it's always out of control somewhere. All right, 3 players to a flop, $100 in the middle. Comes ace high, JB flopping
Top and bottom.
top and bottom. Diamonds here for Zach in the back door. Hearts for Raul. Let's see if we get to a turn, and we do.
Cutter for Zach as well. Ace of Diamonds will give him the Royal Cutter. But that's the only way he can win because JB now has a full house. And the King of Diamonds seems accounted for, looking at the graphic. Raul making it 35, holding just the Jack, and now he's going to get potted by second boat, and he's going to say nope.
Yeah, JB here. A subscriber to the bet your hand when you have the nuts school of poker. I like it. I definitely think that, especially in a pot limit game where you don't have the opportunity to overbet later, you have to do your own betting. There's something to be said for multi-way spots, especially pre-flop, about being upfront and playing a little tricky trappy. But you're already down to the turn. It's like we gotta get chips in this pot before everything gets shut down. I like to play there from JB, even though he doesn't get any extra money from his time.
I see Jay Stevens is looking at the boiling temperature of water rather than, say, Manhattan, New York.
All right.
Also a fine choice.
No, sir.
Using the old Fahrenheit metric, why not?
But I don't mind putting it on TV. It is America's team, right?
15, 16. Can I get a fill?
I will grab.
Patty gets the aces.
7 calls, 8 calls. Or no, sorry, that's 9. 8 folding, 9 calls. 1 calls, 15 aces. 2 calls.
So yeah, the curse of raising and having everybody else call you when you have a hand as strong as aces with a suit. But we're going to go infinite ways to a jack-high board that is not what Patty had in mind.
What a wonderful flop for Patty. Zach does have the second nut straight, and he does have the redraw of the straight flush. And the only club draw that I can see.
Yeah.
JB has the same straight. No, correction, JB has the nut straight. And the 3 of clubs will give Zach the 10 high flush. Only flush that we know about. He does not have the nuts. He does have 2 outs to the nuts. Patty gonna pot it again with just aces in the bottom ends of an open ender.
Yeah, this
In other words, drawing dead. Unless Zach finds the fold.
Folds?
Sully, those aces have a little bit of life. JB gonna call with the queen 10. And Patty gonna draw dead here. Patty thankfully not going to make the straight.
Board pairs. I mean,
Board pair, yeah.
Patty was bluffing the turn, and she's going to get checked to here and bet.
She pots it.
Pot.
And he folds. Well done, Patty.
Patty is an absolute monster. When she decides she's going to win a hand, she goes for it. I've seen this in the 2-card game as well, and just absolutely bulldozing her opponents off of the best hands. Not only does the queen high straight go by the wayside, but the 10 high flush as well, with just a pair of aces. Let's go, Patty. You love to see it, man. You love to see it when someone just has the gumption to go for it, because I'll tell you what, there's something about the lower stakes games, right? And 1-2-5 can get big, 2-5 can obviously get big, etc. But you know, we watch a lot of poker back here in this room, and by and large, people are just pretty cautious. They don't really attack these spots as viciously as they could. And Patty's move right there is just a perfect testament to how aggression will win you pots.
Yeah, I love it. I love the move.
So easy to come by.
And like we were discussing before, like these board-changing runouts, where we saw the straight was, we saw the nut straight, and the second nut straight, like we were maybe gonna have fireworks there. Then the flush comes in, then the board pair comes in. Like a different person hated their hands on every street there.
Exactly. Yeah.
Starting with Patty. Patty was the first one to hate her hands, and
Yeah.
she ended up winning.
Yeah.
5 folds. 3 and 4 fold, 5 folds.
If it's right here, it's not a fold. If it's over here or over there, it's a fold. I'm not gonna fold it on the target.
So 8 fold and 9 fold, yes. 1 fold.
Not exactly sure what the conversation was there, but we're in for $5 a round and headed to a flop 5 ways.
Pretty good flop for Uncle T. He's got trip aces.
One might suspect that's true, but Raul has flopped bottom boat, and actually Uncle T in a pretty tough spot if he doesn't find an improving card. As of right now, 3 of spades changes nothing.
We check through. It's going to keep this pot tame. Uncle T is just going to call the trips.
Yeah, $15 is all from Raul. So heads up to the 4 of hearts, and Raul, deuces full of aces, has the best hand, 55 in the middle. I think you can safely bet like half pot and call a raise if you need to here. You need to charge the aces of the world, and
if he ever stumbles into a straight somehow, you want to get value there.
yeah, so Raul here gonna do it just right, and Uncle T's like, oh yeah, no,
right.
that is the pip.
Nice flop.
Yeah. Well played there by Raul. Instead of just going even half pot, he goes for the whole enchilada, gets looked up, and makes the maximum. Well done. I mean, with only 55, I know that you're not supposed to think about pot size bets and everything in actual dollar terms. It's just supposed to be like, oh, if someone bets the pot, it doesn't matter what's in the pot. It's they bet the pot, so therefore, like your odds or whatever, how you have to defend on the river is, you know, whatever. But we're human beings as well. I mean, if there's only $55 in there, like Ace King is just gonna call it. If there was 500 in the middle and he pots it, I think he might have gone a little too big, right? Like Ace King could actually be like, oh god, this kind of sucks. and
Yeah,
find
people
a
are
fold.
going to start to find those folds, and what's worse is if you get raised now, and instead of a $200 raise, you're now facing a $600 raise. Like, people will see that differently.
Absolutely.
I found myself in a spot at Wynn playing Hold'em, not PLO, where I've got to figure out how to get value on the river. I ended up going full pot and not over pot because I didn't want big folds getting made. And like I got paid, and then he shows me aces. Like I wonder how much more I could have gotten from this guy. The stacked pot was like 4 though, which is a bummer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I can't shove there. If I knew I was sucking out on aces, it's like Queen 10-5 is going to be top and bottom for Rahul, who's getting a little bit of a heater going here. Poker Jesus does have nuts, spades, and a queen, and a gut shot.
Yeah,
And he is going to pot over JB's $75. And over to Rahul, who had flatted JB's c-bet with his 2 pair and now has to decide what he wants to do here. We see equity-wise, he's actually pretty far behind here.
And this is the tricky part about Omaha, right? Like, you can have a made hand, but very little chance of improvement, and it just feels awful. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, he could have Queen 10 there, and he's probably going to have to call, but he's still just going to feel awful because it's like there's spades, there's backdoor clubs, there's obviously wraps and all kinds of things.
An ace, a king, a jack, a 9, an 8, a black card. Like, we hate all of these cards.
Yeah, and it just all adds up to your hand just probably not making it through. And yeah, I mean, it really forces you to think about the game in a little bit different manner, right? Like, imagine that you have Queen 10 in Hold'em there. You're just slam dunk, get all the
Yeah, I'm
money.
just going to say,
don't
hold
care.
please.
Yeah, and you're just not even going to care because, yeah, they could have a straight draw. Yeah, they could have a flush draw. They could even have a combo draw, but I'm a favorite against all of that. Okay, maybe the
Except
up
the
and down
open-ended straight flush draw.
Okay,
That's
but-
about it.
Yeah, but that's a very specific hand. And so, and even that one you're flipping coins with. So
Yeah.
you're happy to get your money in. And then in Omaha, it's completely different. It's upside down. You're like, oh God, I have 2 pair. Oh no, this is not where I want to be.
Zach with a nice looking hand here, going to raise it up. Ace, king, queen, 10. With a suit. Rahul with a pretty mysterious king of spades, XXX. Going to come along. Patty, I guess she was closing the action. Pretty raggedy hand there. The 9 doogie. Ace, king, jack is going to be good for Zach and Rahul. Zach does have the top 2 and the Broadway.
With Zach
And
flopping.
Rahul with top 2. Zach does have the nuts at the moment. But does not have a diamonds. We don't know if Rahul has friends with his ace of diamonds,
Well,
which is
some-
both on the screen. It's in both places, so I don't think he has the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, no, that was just a full-blown misread.
I think the cards got crossed up there. Patty does call. And Patty going to make top and bottom. So now she can hit a 5 to bail herself out here. I think all the aces are accounted for at this point. I think the last one got mucked somewhere along the way. Well, no, the ace would be aces full for Zach anyway.
Patty goes
Patty
for
check
the
calls.
check call and
She gets the 9, which gives her 3 pair, which is not any significant help to her. Zach with the nuts.
No, sorry.
Okay,
Counting
it's
chips,
okay.
but it looked like a bet.
It was close.
got to be careful about where those chips end up, as anything forward of the cards, especially with a forward movement, can be construed as a bet. He does settle upon what looks to be 2 1/4, if not 175. Quick call from Patty, and Zach is going to shift this pot. 175 it is on the end.
Little under half, got the value that he wanted.
Decent size there too, as if he goes full pot, which is basically all in. Patty can find some folds with her 2 pairs. Not sure if she does because
And
you know, she's
she ends
liable
with
to
the,
look them up.
And I'll say this, the diamonds did break out, and she does not have a meaningful diamond blocker. 5 of diamonds, not all that interesting of a blocker. So she's probably thinking, I can beat a busted diamond draw, and that 9 didn't really do a lot straight-wise. By not a lot, I mean nothing at all. The knight didn't bring in anything.
Yeah, Queen
So-
10 was there. Queen 10 was all right.
Like if you were behind, if you were ahead rather, you're still ahead. Especially when you now have the aces and nines, like you improved.
Although you only now beat aces and fives
Yeah.
in terms of what you did before. Lost that pretty heavily, but still, you know, she looks it up for the very reasonable price. Well played by Zach, and here we go on to hand number 42.
No, it's your money.
And I'm still, I know you told me not to worry about calculating pot, but
All right, $10 straddle is on. Looks to be on pretty regular here, which I love to see.
Oh, sweet hand for JR, double suited rundown.
And with the straddle out there, he's going to get to pot this up to, what, 30? Yeah.
Ace King Jack with a suit.
35.
Yeah, it's gonna go nowhere at all. JB, pretty dangly. Comes along, Raul. And that's a hand that's gonna find the muck, as it should.
But a little bit of pot odds, please hit me, pick me syndrome going on as we do get calls in several other spots, and we're going to go 6 ways to a flop. A bunch of Broadway cards represented. There is still one Broadway on the flop, King of Diamonds with 4 and the 3 up there as well.
Bottom set.
Gonna flop that bottom set.
And JR does have the Queen High Diamond draw and a king. Gotta make it 50. Kenny's gonna call with kings and 4s. So something for a lot of players here. JB's got a king and an open ender.
Yeah, there is a bunch of equity distribution across these 4 hands that are going to make it to the turn.
Deuce of Diamonds is going to give JR the Queen High flush. And no straights yet.
Yeah, but this is such a texture changing card that everybody that has what they have is just now like, oh, I'm at best drawing like 4 outs. You know, I need to vote up to improve.
Yeah, JR continues, and Kenny's 2 pair goes by the wayside.
JB though gives no fucks. He's got top and bottom pair, and he's in there. Now he's got 3 pair, which won before, but doesn't win this time.
Not this
Weird
time.
how that happened.
Yeah, and some straights come in that weren't winning anyway, so I really don't like the 3 pair here.
JR checks the Queen High Diamond. He is looking to go for a check call with the second nuts, and he's going to get his wish as JB is going to fire this. 650 in the middle, he's going to put 375 up there, but JR does not look comfortable. You're always losing to that ace high diamond flush, but how can you fold the second nuts, especially when you've bet flop, bet turn, and now go for the check?
Yeah.
You've gotten raised nowhere along the line. I mean, you've got to make this call.
If you're not calling here, you should not have gotten this far in the pot. This is a very innocuous river card.
I mean, JR, I think he's just sort of resigning himself to the fact that, like, I'm going to lose sometimes when I make this call. But
It's second nuts, though. You can't fold second nuts.
and he does make the call. Well played by JR. JB's like, yeah, a bunch of pairs. Are we playing that 4-pair game? How about the 3-pair game? Do I have the nuts? No.
So JR going to take down a meaty one there. Second nut flush on the turn. Holds up. And induces a bet from his opponent.
Much needed cash infusion there for JR as he was stuck for a decent chunk of the evening and is now squarely in the black.
I think we're going to have Jeremy stepping out of the box. Got another dealer in here in just a moment.
Yeah,
and
Jesse taking his seat.
We're going to get onto a bomb pot, which looks to be a coincidence. We've often done them on dealer changes. I do think the bomb pot button is actually in the correct spot right now to do a bomb pot. I think we're going to have a top up first out of seat 9.
So what kind of craziness did you get up to in New York? Did you do any poker? Or just hang out with the family?
No poker at all, just family.
Okay.
Didn't feel like taking the ferry ride up to Connecticut.
Okay. What is a couple of weeks with the Lottie family entail? What did you guys get up to?
Not a whole lot, just hung out with parents, siblings.
How many siblings you got?
3 younger siblings, a sister, 2 brothers.
Okay.
Yeah, so hung out with them. Took my sister and my niece out to lunch one day and some dessert. And mostly working. I wasn't really on vacation. I was still working my job. I have a remote job, which is pretty nice to be able to park myself wherever and get things done.
Sure.
So, yeah, just not a lot of craziness, just pretty boring actually, which can be a good thing.
Oh, absolutely. Got to take a load off. Where do you go to eat? What's like your favorite like hometown spot that you always got to go back to?
Just no spot in particular, just like a random diner or something
Oh,
like
really?
that.
There's
yeah.
not. You don't have like one spot where you're like this. I have to go there and get this thing. No.
Well, I mean, being in New York in general, the Italian food scene is a lot better.
Okay.
So like, I will make a point to get, say, chicken parm.
Okay.
I'll make a point to make some pizza stops. Like it's scene's not quite as good down here as far as what I consider like proper New York style food. And
Sure.
let's see, patty with an overpair and a straight draw on the bottom and a 10 on both sides. Looks like we checked through. An 8 and a board pairing 5. What does this help? Poker Jesus has turned a straight on top and has the heart redraw. And then JR on the bottom has trip 5s.
Tiny little bet here, just a tickle from JR with that 5. 20 bucks to go. Gets called in several spots and
Patty does have a diamond draw on the bottom.
yeah, still could go any which way. Diamond comes on top, Jack on the bottom, and Ace King for Patty for Broadway. But a full house. 5s full of jacks for JR. No more money goes
We
in
checked
though.
through.
Definitely.
Bottom boat, we don't like bottom boat.
Yeah.
And Poker Jesus does not have the nuts with his straight. The board did pair there.
Yep.
Not to mention straights are a really great way to get quartered.
This is very true. Yeah. So understandable that it checks through. But no additional damage there for Patty. She definitely could have invested a little bit more.
One of those spots where I wish the rivers would have come the other way. This happens to me at the table so many times. If the rivers come the other way, I think we have a spicier street there.
Sure. Yeah.
Bit of an action killer there. Yeah, so what'd you do with your holidays? Anything fun?
Stuck around for the Christmas time. Did go out, had some Asian food, was fantastic, and then went and hung out with Carolyn and Tim, played
All
some
right.
spades, and had a lovely evening. And then New Year's, went out and got real rowdy. I don't usually stay up all night and get too crazy, but definitely saw the sun come up that morning, so tied one on pretty hard, but had a great time. And you know, every once in a while you just got to get out there and do that. So you know, I got my last hurrah in for last year, and
Yeah.
now we're into 2023.
Yeah, sounds good. Like, I've never been one to be out until the sun comes up. Mm-hmm. I mean, the only time in recent memory where I've done that was like last summer. There was a day 2 that went until like 4 in the morning or something, and it was one of those deals. Like, I wasn't planning to be up that late, but
You're happy to do it.
yeah.
All right, raise to 15 and several calls here already. Looks like we're gonna make it to a flop infinite ways, and sure enough, here we go. Cards off the screen.
Remember, Zach can only play 2 of those diamonds. He is not 4 to a flush. And 10-6 deuce is going to help whom? I guess Raul has a straight draw and a 6. And we just check through. Deuce of hearts pairs the board. I see Zach with a deuce.
Patty here with not hearts. Don't suspect she.
Kenny bets his kings and gut shot. JB calls with his heart draw, the 9 trays of hearts. And his 10.
King of Hearts on the river would be spicy.
Zach also calls, well no, Zach was the better, he had the deuce. Yeah, King of Hearts, chaos card.
4 of clubs resembles nothing
No chaos.
like the King of Hearts. In fact, that's just going to be trip deuces with the ace kicker here for Zach, holding up after the turn. Checky, checky, checky over to JB, who has squad douche. He's sitting on top pair, top kicker, and I'm checking this a billion days out of every week. But the clubs come in and nobody's betting, so maybe you just like win anyways. I mean, why not?
He got everyone out.
Let's
Well
go,
done.
JB.
Not a move I'd have ever made either, but okay.
I mean, so this is probably the part of the PLO game that I don't have nearly enough experience with to understand like when you should be bluffing, turning hands into bluffs. My natural tendency is to think of the 2-card version where it's like, okay, you want to have a blocker, you're going to want to have some sort of interaction with the nuts in order to go for a bluff, whatever. Okay, here we are at 4-card. It's just like the nuts is just out there somewhere, but everybody checked.
Yeah, it's
Everybody checked. So the nuts actually isn't out there. So like all of the boats probably would have bet to try to get value from the flushes, and it's checked all the way to me. Like I just don't win with top pair, so let's just bluff and win. I mean, why not? He didn't even have a club, not a single club. He gets
He
through.
didn't even pot it, did he? Like it didn't. Like the bet doesn't even have to work that often.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I guess I just need more experience with it. It could also just be a microcosm of that hand.
It's not a move I'd have ever made either.
Who knows? Not I, but you know what? We do our best here on TCH Live. Once again, I am your host, Aaron McAvoy. Joining me tonight, Will, the New York Net Lottie, back in town after a long hiatus of jet setting and playing all of the poker tournaments that there are out there. Back to call some PLO action, you know? Well, halfway through the broadcast, a little bit further, as we go 5 players to this flop. Top 2 for King. Wrap for Uncle T. JR with a whole bunch of overcards and some opportunities for some straights as well. So let's see who makes it to a turn here.
Let's see, how big are we going here? Are we gonna just call? Just gonna call here. Patty with the overpair. Going nowhere yet. JR with all the overs. And a gut shot. Immediately he has a gut shot. And now he has a club draw.
Yeah, not a terrible turn. 300 in the middle. And Kenny announces pot / all in for his remaining 259 or thereabouts. Looks like he's got 255.
Let's see, gonna get out of the way. Patty may not be looking to fold an overpair. And a gut shot. Cutting out chips.
No gut shot for Patty, but yes, does
No gut shot, that's right.
Yeah, pretty marginal spot here, all things considered, for Patty. She's been running pretty decent, but this is a pretty tricky spot. She can beat all of the draws immediately, but does not have a really good way to improve her hand. So she's either just like ahead and needs to hold, or she's already behind and very little chance to improve, which is where she's at.
She just calls, and JR with a choice now. This was one of the better turns for him. He's the one with the gut shot, by the way. And he's got the clubs. And he's got a price.
Yeah. With the bet and the call in front, he gets to close the action. He improves on any 9 and any club, which is pretty great for him in terms of, you know, just he knows what makes his hand, right?
And he's getting phenomenal pot odds. Yeah, he's either going to have all of it, or he's going to have the nuts, or he's going to have nothing, one or the other.
Yeah. His main problem is that he's out of position, so it will be tough to realize any of that implied equity if he does improve, which he does, hits the jack of clubs. Now he needs to lead. He's been in this situation before where he checked and had it checked down. So now he's going to bet, and I think half pot here is just not going to get him paid. So even though he had, you know, reasonable pot odds, the implied
Patty
equity...
paid him!
Wait, what is she?
Patty paid him!
She must have misread? I don't understand.
That's a very light call.
Yeah,
I don't know.
maybe she thought she had a gut shot like you did.
Yeah, maybe we
I
both
thought she
misread
drilled it, right? She was like, Jack, bingo! Oh, wait, that 6 is a 6, not a 9. And
Yeah.
you don't have a straight. Even if she had a straight, she would lose, but nonetheless, makes the big call. And look at that.
And then
Hand
there's
over
times to bluff catch, but that's not one of them, I don't think.
Yeah. No, I tend to agree. Patty will feel that one for a little bit as JR stacks up a bunch of chips and takes a commanding lead over not just the overall earnings, but the biggest stack at the table.
It takes me a day and a half, 2 days. It's a lot of work. You gotta sprint over them, I made that.
Good video editing for a long time.
It's a labor of love, you know. I've got almost like 1,500 subscribers. I make like $100 a month. You know? It's like,
Yeah, Kenny, kind of a rough night. We all have him. Curl's gone wild, suggesting maybe the King of Spades was misread as a club. I mean, hey, I've done that.
For King High.
I like King High clubs, like as opposed to.
No, he had Ace King of Clubs in his hand.
I mean Patty though. Maybe Patty misread as or King.
Oh,
So maybe she had King High clubs.
Okay, I could understand that.
Which would make a lot of sense to call off there.
Yes.
But that says like she's been making, as Poker Jesus points out, like she's been very willing to call river.
Also, I'm just a little bit tilted by all of the green chips on the side of the stack, so that, you know, like these nuts, for example, you know, like he can see them because he's close enough to see that there's a couple barrels there, but I'm always a big proponent of having all of your bigger denomination chips fully in view.
And that is a rule. On top or out front, have your big denomination chips on top or out front. Poker Jesus does flop 6s full of 8s, which will almost certainly be the winner here. JB also has trip 6s. Unfortunately for him, his 9 would actually not even be good. He would just ends up chopping with Jesus. JB
Chopping
bets.
with Jesus. Welcome to today's podcast, Chopping with Jesus. Okay, here's a straight on the turn for JB, which of course is just completely toast. And he's gonna pot it, so he is gonna try to get all of his chips in. Drawing dead, he will indeed, and he needs that 9 you spoke of in order to even get a portion of his money back.
9 to chop. I don't think it's in the deck though.
Yeah, it shows 0 outs for JB, but we're gonna run it more than once just in case there happens to be a 9 out there somewhere.
And there's a 4, and that is not going to be the winner for JB. Poker Jesus going to get the full double here.
Yep, there we go. Poker Jesus dragging in a nice one. JB gonna go down to the felt once again. Just about. He's got $100 left. go. Jesse doing God's work for Jesus. Counts down the stack and gets that man paid his money. And we'll continue along here. Hand number 47 coming at you in just a moment.
What's the number? Leo, Leo, Leo. Leo, Leo, Leo.
So what part of New York is your family in?
Long Island's out in Suffolk County,
Okay.
and where I'm from, they're all still there. I'm down here in Texas. Everyone else is still up there.
Okay. All right. Like all your siblings and stuff still up there?
Yeah, everyone's someplace or another on the islands.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've been to Long Island before. I've been to, well, I went to New York City a long time ago, and then I've done a fair bit of exploration up around the Rochester, Buffalo area,
Yeah.
out over to Niagara, but yeah, not really the Long Island.
And we're mostly just a big suburb. We've got beaches. We
Okay.
got that. We've got white houses.
All right.
And you go out to the Hamptons, we've got rich people.
Wow. Okay. All right. I imagine even the White Houses that aren't in the Hamptons might even require some level of wealth to
Yeah.
participate.
Yeah, it depends on where you're at. Yeah, there's,
Okay.
yeah, definitely. There's some places that are better than others on that island. Like there's millions of people. Like people don't realize. Like it's a big place. There are millions of people.
Mm-hmm. All right, race 5 and a bunch of calls. Now Raul here with aces and a suit. He's going to raise this up, pots it to, is it really only 20? My goodness, okay, 20 to go is all. And he'll get called in 2 spots. Here we go, 3 players to a flop. And what a flop it is. JB here flopping top boat. Has to put the glasses on to make sure he has what he thinks he has.
And Patty has trips, so he may well have a double up in his future.
And they both have heart draws as well. So JB going to go for the back race all in with his dust. Still sitting on the $74 he had from the previous hand.
It was Patty who raised over Raul, and JB's calling for less. So over to Rahul, who may not like his hearts quite as much as he did a minute ago. But I think he's still gonna put the money in.
I mean, yeah, I think you ship it here.
And he does, like he actually does have an out. Like even if he's got several outs, he's got the ace for the boat. He does also have the 7 of hearts.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it
So he's
kind
never
of
drawing
feels
dead.
gross, but like, if you're up against just a random 6, then you've got a pretty good chunk of equity against that, right? 9 immediate heart outs, or sorry, 8 immediate heart outs, given that he has 3 in hand, plus the 2 aces.
Yeah.
Of course, you have to discount a lot of these, and this is something that we always sort of forget about, but it's also just impossible to do correctly, which is like, all right, everybody got dealt 4 cards, so like, it's literally impossible for me to have like my full plethora of outs. Like I can't say that there's 9 whatever outs because there's just not that many cards left in the stub. Maybe not this game in particular, but like sometimes you have to think that way, or recognize that as a reality. But how do you discount your outs? Like how do you think about which ones are there and which ones aren't? It's really tough to do.
Yeah, this is feeling like a card funeral,
There we go.
and so it is.
Good fold though. Let's go. Good fold. I mean, he was in real bad shape.
JB a mile ahead, and JB's still a mile ahead, and JB gonna get the double up.
Yeah, and ace is no good. No heart comes in to even win the side pot against Patty. And yeah, good fold there from Raul.
If you watch the older videos, it was when I was playing on like the poker app.
Only thing that can beat me is pocket eights.
Entertaining.
Michael Hoffman says, is the 1-2 PLO normally rocking? Here at TCH Austin, it's a pretty rare sight to see the PLO running, which is a little bit sad, and I hope that changes here in the new year, now that we're putting a little bit more emphasis on PLO in the room, running 2 tournaments a week. You know, I'd like to see a PLO game pop up in here. I would really like to see that.
It's something that's historically sort of ebbed and flowed. Like right before the pandemic, Big O was a kind of big thing around here. Like it would go most nights before the pandemic, and then sort of throw a wrench in things. But you know what? If people show up and they want to play PLO, we'll spread PLO. Like there's even been like bomb pot games that have gone. Yeah, so it's a matter of demands, really.
Yeah, so and that's a really good point. Is that we play either $5 PLO bomb pots exclusively, or a round of each between $1, $2, and $5 PLO bomb pots here all the time. In fact, sometimes there's like a main game with a feeder table, like multiple tables running of that variety of your PLO. Just a little bit different than your straight up, like let's actually raise pre-flop and everything. Here we go, massively multi-way, 6 players to a flop, ace high, 2-tone.
Pretty sweet draw for JR there.
Yeah, up and down straight flush draw looks pretty juicy. We check all the way through and the board pairs immediately.
JB with the trip fours.
Uncle T with trip fours as well, inferior
That's
kicker.
right.
But he'll put a little tickle 440 out there, a little third pot bet to see if he can just take this down now. Patty here, my goodness, she's in there with a bad gut shot.
And now JP gonna put it all in. Uncle T gonna be like, really? You got it, man?
Yeah, JP currently has it. By it, we mean 57% equity and the best hand at the moment. Uncle T lets her go. Patty's already let go of her hand, which she honestly probably should have.
Oh, 5 exposed. 5 of hearts exposed. Fell out of his hand there as JR is.
Well, the decision's on JR, so it doesn't really change.
Yeah, it's.
But, he is going to release the up and down straight flush draw as that's.
Come on, JB, show the 8.
2-outer. Yeah, that would have been the classy move. Take the 8 of clubs out from your hand and push it across the table.
Yeah.
Just let him know that he was down drawing 2, at best 1 out.
Yeah. And Poker Jesus making the point that this game was recorded a week ago, but we weren't here. We don't know what happened. No spoilers, please.
All right, looking at the earnings there, JR far and away the biggest winner. D's Nuts also up about 1,000. Uncle T not too far behind. Of the players remaining, the most stuck players. You can see down there at the bottom. As we did have at least, yeah, I guess just our 1 player take leave. No, 2 players. 2 players have left us.
I'll tell you what, as far as the way these games play, it really does depend on the lineup. Like even the 1-2s here, the 1-2 hold'ems, sometimes they're very tame. And then sometimes you get like a couple of the right characters that show up at the same table. You're playing 1 to 30.
Yeah, like the straddles will go from 5, 10 to 20 or whatever, and then yeah, sometimes just the opening size is just like, wait, what? It's literally 1, 2, and you open to 30. Like, what's happening? And it can be pretty discombobulating.
Yeah, I mean,
prepared for it.
I definitely like the last time I played 1-2 in here, I found myself squeezing all in $300 with pocket 5s.
Wow.
And then I want to flip against 10-9 offsuit.
Well, let's take a look at this flop as we've got 3 to a royal on board. No one with anything close to that. In terms of the royal, of course. We've got some pairs and such, but nothing super inspiring out there.
Raul gonna go for it. He's got the 9 high spades already made. He makes it 37 or thereabouts.
I mean, when you get check 2 and you have a couple spades on an all spade flop, it usually isn't a terrible idea to bet and think that you are just ahead.
Zach holds with top 2, and now he has first and second and fourth. Raul gonna go for another street here. Makes it 100 and gets the release from Zach.
Can you do that tonight?
You know I'll put them out there. These chips are 100% in play.
All right, taking a look there. Once again, JB stuck the most. 1.7K in the red. Again, that is of our remaining players. Patty and Raul stuff a little bit, but nothing they can't recover from. Given a little bit more time and some favorable runouts. No straddle this time. Patty here just gonna take her option.
Yeah, you put that in. You put that in your ball, buddy. You put that in your ball. You lead off with that. We're popping our cherries together.
I'm totally putting that in.
Well, are you sure you want to see him?
Patty here with Nutlow.
Yeah, that hand's quite terrible, and she rightfully folded it.
Everybody else seems to want to get in with their garbage, though, so here we go. Infinite ways to a flop. King high two-tone.
Top 2 for Raul. And bottom set for JR.
I love how we're both just like looking through this map.
Yeah, we don't have the percentages because there's a damn card missing.
I know, you could usually just look for the big bar and be like, well, there's something in that hand, whatever it is. But not this time.
Open ender for D's nuts. And Raul.
Raul is the one potting it.
Yeah.
Doesn't even have a backdoor draw.
Like he's got,
though, so.
no, he does have the open ender.
I mean,
Yeah,
yes.
Raul,
but,
he's got top 2 and he does have some backup.
Oh, he's got the top 2. I missed that.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Yeah, so over to JR, who does have bottom set and backup of his own. He's got diamonds.
JB not going anywhere with the dummy end of the up and down straight draw. No backdoors of his own.
He
Here we
needs
go.
a 3.
Yeah, offsuit 3 real quick for JB. Question mark? Close. Offsuit deuce changes nothing. Set of 6s checking. JB checking. Raul is going to blast this in. Still on the top 2. And the up and downer. So 360 is the pot. That's all of JB's chips if the screen is to be believed. And JR here is going to take one last look at his hand before he pitches this in, I suspect. But
We're folding the set here.
he also has the diamond read.
That's if I'm JR, I'm putting it in against Raul.
I think so.
I've got a set, I've got backup. Like none of the drawers got there on that turn.
And even if JB comes along, he doesn't have any more chips behind, so he's going to be all in for a call. I think JR here has a very, very standard call, but perhaps just a little bit concerned about running into a bigger set, better flush draw, right? I mean, who knows? But
And he actually has a set blocker. He does have a 7.
yeah, no, he's,
I'm just gonna hold my nose and call here.
yeah, I agree.
Like there's not that much money behind. This is it. It's like a pot size bet and that's it. We're gonna see one more card.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're never drawing dead here because there is the flush possibility. Like even if it is a bigger set, there's diamonds and quads. Those are a thing too, but I like the diamonds better.
Yeah, you could be in a real bad way if they had pocket kings and the ace X of diamonds. But
Yeah, that's a very, very specific holding.
even then, you're
Which
still
somebody's going to turn over in a bomb pot next time.
Yeah.
And here we go. And the ace of spades is going to give JR the hold.
Yeah, changes nothing. Had someone stuck around with a couple of spades in hand, they would have backed into the flush, but it was not to be. Raul here is going to go down to the felt. And JR will continue the hot streak, going to move on up over 4,500 in the stack. Sometimes you just see this happen where it's just like one player at the table just wins, and you're just like, damn, bro, must be nice.
Yeah,
And then sometimes it's you, and you're like, it is nice.
it's nice.
Oh no, I lost 1,000 before I won anything.
All right, hand number 51 will be coming at you here shortly. I'm going to go use the restroom once again. Be right back.
We see JR, massive winner. And he just said like he lost 1,000 before he won anything. Hey, he's still up 2,500 though. Pretty good night for him so far. But we still have another hour and a half to go here at TCH Live. These nuts, Uncle T and Poker Jesus also having some pretty good evenings of their own. And we hope you're all having a great evening or morning or whatever it may be in your time zone as you hang out with us and we hang out with you. I very much enjoy doing that, and if you're enjoying that, hit that like button. Hit like, hit subscribe. Tell the algorithm that you enjoy this, and then the algorithm shows this show to other people, and then maybe they like the show and we make some new friends in the chat. And it looks like we're getting a bomb pot here. Everyone putting in the $10. We go straight to the flops. Can we get an exorcist on live stream, please? Exorcist on live stream. D's nuts with the K6. He's going to fire right out. Not sure I'd go that route. I'd probably just bet it, or I'd probably just check it and hope somebody bets it behind me. Zach is going to call. He does have top set on the bottom. Now here's the thing about split pot games. So as we see, Raul goes in holding some upside down sixes. So here's the thing about split pot games. When we have all of one board and we don't have much of the other board, we make our money when we keep it multi-way. And putting out that bet like that is not going to keep you multi-way. But we are going to go 4 ways all the same. It's probably going to be D's nuts and Zach chopping it up as we see a deuce and a 10. Quads are going to win the top board. Bottom board is almost certainly going to be Zach with his set of 8s. Raul can make a set of 9s, or he can make a straight if he gets a jack. JB with a gut shot of his own, I think. So D's nuts makes it 100. Everyone calls. We go to the rivers. King of spades and the 5 of hearts. So
Color up, live stream.
the quads in the set going to be the winners. Flushes get there. Oh yeah, Zach actually does have a flush.
Yeah.
So
Improves
the flushes
slightly
get there.
over the set of 8s to the 8 high flush, but yeah, not particularly inspiring.
200. I like the small sizing. You want multiple callers because, again, multi-way, or with a one-way hands, you want to keep it multi-way. That's how you make your money.
Yeah, if you think you can just blast everybody out of there, then it can make sense to
then
go
it's
for
great.
the full pot and just try to bully everyone. But when you're this multi-way, it's sort of like you say, you'd almost rather go for a small bet, get called in several spots to improve your overall payout.
Zach does have the set. He has the flush and he has the set. He is considering JB looking ahead. He actually rivered a set on the bottom and he has the dry ace, and we'll see if he decides to make anything of that.
Yeah, he just
Probably
has
not,
he
hopefully
just
not.
has no money, so he can't really.
Yeah,
I mean,
true, he doesn't
would
have
call
enough.
it off at best.
I'm glad somebody's looking at the dollar amount.
Yeah. And so this is the thing, like Zach really doesn't have to worry about someone just blowing him off of his hand behind, but he just has to ask himself, like, am I just ever good here with the 8 high flush? And he does come to the conclusion that he might be, and he is, so he'll call it off.
JB gonna call. He's gonna quickly call, and then there's a small side pot, so we're gonna see the 2 winners first, actually. JB's gonna prematurely turn over the 5s, and they're gonna get turned back over in a moment. D's nuts and Zach gonna chop it up. So when there's an all-in and it's multi-way, they show the side pot hands first.
All right, so JB will get chopped up, as will Raul.
We got a little bit more money.
And here we go, D's nuts and Zach taking it down.
I think we did it perfectly. I think we did. I think I worked out How are you going to stop like that? Yeah, I got a flush.
Pretty incredible stuff in the NFL world here. I mean, obviously, anybody that has watched the game or paid any attention to the Bills and the Bengals, that was just such a heartbreaking situation that
Yeah, that was-
unfolded, and now with the game being just full-blown canceled here at the end of the season.
So they have
massive
decided to do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
NFL commissioner just put out the call today that they are just going to cancel that game, and they're going to go with the, I guess the records as it stands. I actually haven't read the
think they're-
article, but I've seen.
I think they're still figuring out what they're going to do with the playoffs.
Okay.
I think they're going to wait and see what happens this weekend because, like, the seedings might actually just sort themselves out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if New England somehow beats Buffalo,
Yeah, I mean,
it could actually sort itself out. But
yeah, it's sort of baffling. I mean, the whole situation to begin with is just completely tragic and just so out of the ordinary. And then how do you just like follow up the fact that this is a multi-billion-dollar thing where it usually just runs like clockwork, like
Yeah.
what's going to happen, the schedule and everything, and now there's just this massive wrench thrown into it. It's a totally bizarre scenario all around.
yeah, and like even just rescheduling the whole playoffs, like what some people had suggested, is easier said than done because of TV.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much momentum behind it, which is why I think a lot of people were just kind of like, squinting at it, like, how are they not
Yeah.
going back and playing this game? Like, what's going
It's
on?
like
But,
you don't have any days to do it.
yeah, I mean, but at the same time, like, I mean, just what an absolutely heart-wrenching
Yeah.
scenario
Yeah,
to have
quite
play
so.
out. So
I'm glad to hear he's improving at least.
I know, I read that today as well, and I mean, I honestly was feeling just relatively pessimistic for the
Yeah.
poor guy, just seeing the way things panned out. But if he makes a full recovery, I will be very, very happy.
Jack 8 is good for Patty's overpair and combo drop, which has just arrived in the form of Queen High Diamond. She does have the straight flush redraw, as well as the boat draw.
Yeah, she'll put a little bet out there, and everybody will run for the hills, as that's a pretty scary board when you don't have the cards that Patty has. And of course they don't, so she'll take this one down without too much resistance. What do you say, time for another gamble?
Yeah.
Okay, I won that last one, so I'll go first.
And so, yeah, Denver finally fired their coach last week.
Yeah, that was a much needed improvement. I mean, it was his
Hallelujah.
first year, and him and the offensive coordinator, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, I think I can beat this. I think I can beat this. I think I can beat
Famous
this.
last words, but, oh, okay.
And we're all leaving again, just like that. Yeah, like he was in over his head, I think. I think they probably should have fired him before they did. And I think the Christmas Day massacre was basically the defense finally quitting on him. I think the defense quit. And
I mean,
it was only a matter of time before they quit.
Well, it's just atrocious. And I mean, whoever knows what's really going on unless you're like in the locker room and on the field and everything, seeing it unfold. But like, yeah, I mean, whenever you have an organization that large, especially with a lot of young, talented people that sort of have earned a lot of respect and attention and everything, right? Like just by the nature of sort of where they've come from and how they've grown up through the game. Like managing all that, hurting the Cats, making that all work as a first-year coach with a first-year offensive coordinator, trying to get that right. Yeah. I mean, it was all stacked against them, but like they just did not.
Honestly, was anyone going to hire Hackett if there wasn't a delusion of getting Aaron Rodgers? I mean, nobody was talking about him in the last cycle.
I mean, that certainly may have played into
it. And I mean, like Russell Wilson hasn't been great, but I want to see what Mahomes would do if he was down 4 wide receivers and 2 running backs and his entire offensive line. Like there were other things that worked against them, but I mean, week 1 he tries to kick a 62-yard field goal in Seattle. What was that?
After not using the timeout. After
that too.
Oh my God.
JR's boat's going to be good. We'll see if he gets any money out of this boat, which he really hates because it's like the bottomest of bottom boats right now.
Oh, he's just checking. He's just honestly just shutting
It's like, okay.
Because he's like, what can I get called by?
Yeah, it's like, no.
Like, does Aces want to call me? Not really.
Does Ace 9 call you? Probably not. But I mean, the way this played out, it's probably not Ace 9.
Ace 9 might call. But yeah, with the way it played out. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because JR drags the small pot and we'll just move right along anyways. But yeah, as far as the Denver football Broncos go, I do think they've got another little bit of rebuilding ahead of them, as I don't see enough of a core for them to build around and turn into a superstar team. I kind of thought coming into the season, I squinted at it a little and I was like, you know what? I think they're probably going to be better than the Raiders. Going to be tough to be better than the Chargers, but who knows? Maybe Russell Wilson with Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, right? We got Albert O. I mean, we got some stuff.
Yeah.
Nah, it all turned to shit. Caught on fire.
Yeah, it was not good.
Terrible.
At least we have a first rounder again from the Bradley Chubb rental.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with all of the depth of our draft picks and stuff, but it's pretty ugly this year. I mean, we ought to get some pretty decent positioning in the opening rounds.
Yeah, we don't have our own first rounder, unfortunately. That belongs to Seattle.
Oh, okay, well, perfect.
That was part of the price for Wilson, and it was Chubb's contract year. They shipped him over to Miami for a first rounder as a rental.
Okay.
So we get Miami's pick at least.
All right, middle of the road. All right, aces with one suit. It's jacks.
And the jacks pull ahead. A set and a gut shot.
SL, our newest member here, joining us in the 8th seat. And what a spot to sit down to, as he has bought in quite deep, covering, I'd say probably half the table, if not more. And with the top set, he's just going to go for the check call. And check once again. King of clubs on the turn. Does bring in the straight for the queen 10, but SL has a 10. Also has a king, so he pretty much only concerned about queen 10 and queen 10 exactly, but JB just doesn't have very many chips left. I think you just put this all in and don't worry about it.
Yeah. Slight bummer that you're blocking one of your boat outs, but again, just put it in.
Yeah. Oh, and yeah, then he's going to be like, oh, you only have that much? Here, let's go for it. JB is going to call off. He's drawing dead as all of his aces are gone. Unfortunate for him. He's going to see this harmless little 10 of hearts peel off on the river. And that is going to take JB to the felt once again. See if he is going to reach into the old walrus and reload. We'll see. But SL wins his first pot.
Yeah, nice little start to the evening for him.
JB is indeed going to reload for $400 or $500. $500 here. Another shot at glory. Going to come in for the $100. No, just kidding. That's the $10 strap immediately.
Wouldn't that be fun if he just, dropped the 100 out there?
Yeah.
Would have been too big for this game. I mean, Holton, you could totally do that.
Live your best life, man. Straddle your whole stack.
And then I look down at ace queen. It's like, okay, I guess I'm just gonna rip $1,000 pre-flop.
Yeah, 10 biggie, bruh. All right, $10 straddle is on. Kenny has rejoined us over in the 1 seat.
Welcome back.
Okay, so Kenny relinquishing his spot from earlier, coming into a new location. See if he can make this real estate do something for him. And we're gonna go just heads up for $10. How did nobody else get in here? But doesn't matter. 10 high with spades. Kenny here with the flush draw has a gut shot as well, and JB has whipped this about as hard as you can, and so that's the end of that.
New hand, new man.
What I will say about casting this with you is that there's never a dull moment. There's always like, oh Jesus, there's 24 cards on the screen. I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Whereas with Hold'em, I feel like there's oftentimes just like, oh, this person's raising and nobody has anything, and we're just already ready for this hand to be over.
Every Monday.
But my hamsters are tired, Yeah. Little hamsters got on the wheel here pretty hard.
There's a lot more poker to talk about for sure than compared to Hold'em.
Well, maybe not. Well, I don't know.
I mean-
so the only issue I would take with that is
I mean, in the
just
sense
how
that
I
there's
would-
more things going on.
Yeah, well, there's more cards. There's more cards going on. That much is for sure. I always love to think of poker as like the play, not necessarily just the cards, right? And so with 2-card, I think because you don't make the nuts nearly as often, because you oftentimes just like completely whiff and are trying to just like, well, I'm in position and I have the betting lead, so like I'm supposed to win this spot, right? That kind of narrative plays out so much more that the poker to me comes out actually a little bit more in the 2-card game, but there's obviously a ton going on here and it's been a lot of fun.
We check through, and it's been a lot of fun here too. And who's got what now? Patty's got 2 pair now and a hard draw, and pretty far ahead. Kenny's got some draws. He's going to bet it out.
I feel your pain, Ars Actuary. I rolled a 2 against Will just a moment ago.
Ace of diamonds on the ends. Backdoor that nobody has. It does fill Patty. Patty gonna pot it. Patty probably not going to get paid, and she does not. Good run out for her. Backdoor into that boat. Poker Jesus tipping us off that in the last 20 minutes there's going to be a really great hand. So stick around. Yeah, I heard that same rumor from somebody. And yeah, I hear there's going to be a real doozy towards the end.
Okay.
So keep it here, TCH Live. Tell all your friends. Poker's going to happen.
There's gonna be poker.
Tell you what was actually fun. So part of my Vegas trip, so I won a seat to the 10K WPT Championship. And Chat Pro Jimmy Bluffett draws the same table as me to start the day on day 1. Like he had gotten it from some giveaway.
Wow.
Like some content creator had gotten him in there. And
Fantastic.
yeah, so he was on my left until they moved him. Like they fired another table and they moved him.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that was fun. And always nice to meet Chat Pros. If you see me out there, feel free to say hi.
Heck yeah.
Queen 10-9 is going to be a something for everyone situation, or almost everyone.
Yeah, JR here with the second set, currently with the best hand, but a pretty scary board for a second set.
Yeah, lots of pair plus draw combos as we thin it down to 3 ways on this turn. The 4 of diamonds, one of the safer turns, and that is a misread on the graphic. I think it scanned the burn card probably.
Yeah, fairly standard. It does go down to just 2 players as JB hits the road, so heads up to the 8 of spades, and sure enough, we're actually going to improve to the queen high straight here for Patty. She's playing the queen 9 that used to be 2 pair and is now just the straight that's on the board. But JR here, the best he can muster is the jack high straight. And he's gonna get away from it. I mean, reasonably so. Like he had a pretty decent hand, and then
He
now
got
his board
the-
just completely fucked up.
He got the worst run out ever.
Good quick fold there by JR. Does not suffer any more damage. Kenny will not be going to Taco Bell. Patty can go to Taco Bell.
Hey, as long as there's Taco Bell at the end, right?
As long as somebody's going to Taco Bell. Although now, me with my stupid truck on the fritz, I don't even get to go to Taco Bell tonight.
Oh, rip Aaron's truck.
I know. Yeah. It's a head gasket, I'm afraid. Does still limp around a little bit, and I put a new a gasket sealer in the coolant system to try to sort of last ditch, fix things enough to be able to drive around for another few thousand to 10,000 miles, something like that. But we'll see if it takes or if not.
Yeah, sounds like no long drives in your future with that thing.
Wait, say that again?
Sounds like no long drives for you in
No
that
long
truck.
drive.
Yeah.
You're correct. I will not be driving to Choctaw in that bad boy. I'll tell you what.
Yeah. Heading up there next Friday night.
Okay.
Oh, we got set over set action here. JR with the queens, Kenny with the jacks.
Yeah, pretty nasty, fairly disconnected board here too. If we just make it heads up to a turn and it comes something like a brick deuce. Deuce, 3, 4, 5, you know, 7, 8. Guess the 8 could bring in the bottom end of the straight, but any of those small cards could definitely lead us to a lot of damage here.
Kenny just calling here with the middle set.
Oh, and Kenny is short here. Stack pot ratio
Yeah.
now just over 1. 9 of
Going here.
spades is actually...
This is helpful for Kenny. He does pick up the open ender. We go check, check. And the king is going to give him the straight to the king.
And he's still
It's going to go check, check. No attempt at a value bet there.
Yeah.
Like, I'd probably bet it there if he's got ace-10. God bless him. Just in case he wants to hear me with something.
Yeah, and it's got to be kind of tough for him to have ace-10, you would think.
Yeah.
Pots the flop and then checks that turn. Like, if you somehow did have an ace-10 combo that was also willing to pot the flop, you'd probably just keep betting on the turn.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I probably would have expected a bit of a value bet there, but whatever. Charles Nicholson wants to know, what's the Taco Bell order for us plebs? Well, you know, to each their own. Honestly, some people are into the tacos or chalupas and all that different shit. I'm a pretty simple man. I like burritos, so I usually go for the 5-layer burrito. And there's also these little chicken roll-ups, the chicken chipotle melts, that I don't know what they put in there. I'm pretty sure it's liquefied crack cocaine, and it's just, it hits the spot, man. So I usually get one of those, if not 2 of those as well.
I tend to go for the chicken quesadillas myself.
Yeah, I mean, I love a good quesadilla. I honestly just find myself getting a little bit disappointed by the Taco Bell quesadilla. It's just the meat and cheese ratio to tortilla is just a little bit low for me.
You can get real inconsistent from store to store.
I think that's probably more what it is, yeah.
Like, there's one in particular that I'm thinking of where, like, it's 50-50 whether you get any of the jalapeno sauce in there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. It's also 50-50 if the cheese is completely melted, as we get the top set for Uncle T, which is going to be an excellent, excellent holding for him.
Yeah, another set of aces for Uncle T. No, actually, the last time he didn't make a set of aces with them, and the first time he just held with actual pair of aces.
And Poker Jesus calling with the straight draws. He's got 2 gut shots. He's got the Broadway and the wheel, and then JB has the gut shot, and JB now has a pair of deuces. Nobody with a diamond draw here. Uncle T probably feeling good about the dry ace. Poker Jesus has a wheel. Poker
Yeah,
Jesus
that
has
was-
improved here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nuttiest turn card that you've ever seen of your Poker Jesus, and so here comes the pot size raise. JB can now safely get away from this, but Uncle T in a tough spot now, as he's got effectively the second nuts, right? I mean, top set only loses to 4-5, but when your opponent is potting you and you have the ace of diamonds, like, oh god, they kind of probably have it. He is going to make the call.
Well, it's like, okay, pair it up, dealer.
Yeah. And
Or get a 5 to chop. 5 gives him a wheel as well.
indeed, right you are. Here we go, 1260 in the middle. Can Uncle T hit the river? He cannot. 8 of hearts, no good. 4-5, still the nuts. Uncle T will check it over, and Poker Jesus will have a pot-sized jam behind, but he's just gonna take this little tickle for 300. He just wants to
It's
get
like-
paid, and he does.
Please pay me.
Yeah. Really strong awareness there from Poker Jesus, recognizing that Uncle T has a very good hand that is not the nuts, and if you bet too much, he's going to be like, ugh, I lose to the nuts and fold. So really good value bet there from Poker Jesus. Well played. Good serve.
Can we just get the crowd cheering? Crowd cheering?
Alright, bomb pot.
All right, another bomb pot. Here we go. Bomb pots left and right here tonight. It's been pretty exciting.
I'm loving it.
All right, 9 o'clock hour here in Texas, Central Standard Time.
Coming up on Power Hour here.
Yeah.
Well, we already know that it's going to be a powerful Power Hour.
Well, there's something in there. We know that.
You know, like we know it's going to get spicy at some point.
You saying you're gonna donate 800 this direction?
Charles Nicholson says, nice bet. I definitely concur. Not only did I say that, but I'm going to go down that, pull on that thread a little bit more, which is a lot of times people, especially if they're only experiences with the bomb pots, most of the bets are just pot. I mean, it's just kind of the way it is. Like, when you have 7 other people in there and you have the nuts on a board, you don't want everybody else to see the turn. Like, you just pot it. You just put max pressure. And that can kind of bleed over into a game like this where it's like, oh, I have a good hand and I just want everybody to fold or whatever, and you pot it. Or I have the nuts and I want to just get the maximum. Well, single board, PLO, like, your opponent's got to have something that can actually call you. And if you pot it and you have the nuts, and like they probably can't have the nuts, I mean, how are you going to get paid? So going for these smaller bets, half pot, third pot, quarter pot, right? I mean, that's how you get your extra money.
We got JB with a pretty sweet holding here. Ace Queen 6-6, giving him a queen on top, and it gives him Broadway on the bottom with a spade draw. He pots it up to 90 and gets a bunch of takers. Various second nuts. Uncle T with a diamond draw and a 4. Just going to be them. King 5 on these turns is going to give Kenny kings and queens, so he's got some boat outs there. And then still playing the second straight on the bottom. King queen, actually the best hands on the top right now. JB's all in.
Stuff it here.
And they go heads up to these rivers. And JB is going to quarter Kenny. The ace-ace river is going to have them both playing Broadway on the bottom. And then JB wins the top with his aces and queens.
Yeah, nice little run out there for JB. He was going from looking at just getting half the pot back, and now he's going to get half the pot plus another half of the other
Half of a half.
Yeah.
Sometimes known as a quarter.
Sometimes known. Let's not get, you know, this side of the Mason-Dixon line, yes. But, you know.
That's the thing about straights and trips for that matter. They are a great way to get yourself quartered. Like somebody else can have the same straight, someone else can have the same top trips. More often the straight.
Yeah, I've gotten quartered with a boat before. It doesn't happen very often, but that one feels pretty nasty.
That's the worst.
Yeah. You're like, I got kings full of jacks, bitches. Read it in... Oh, God, you have king jack, too. Oh, no. We're getting quartered by this guy over here. This playing
Who just has like a dumbass pocket nines on the other side.
Or like, you know, just a 6-high straight or something, you know, just like this little crummy thing on the other side. And here you are thinking, I'm the one getting half of this for sure. Get wrecked.
The beginning of my downfall in the dealer's choice last year was, it was a big O. Like we piloted pre. I'm thinking, okay, I got my double suited aces, and I got a deuce for the low, and I got a Broadway card. He only has single suited aces and a deuce, and oh wait, that's his suit on the board. And there go half my chips, because at least I made the low that he also made. Ace, king, queen, jack. The rainbow variety, not ideal. Up against kings, and this 9 deuce deuce is actually going to put Uncle T out front.
Sometimes the dangler comes in strong.
It does.
Oh no, it's my fault.
Makes it 50.
Nut art draw for JB goes by the wayside. And what do you know, Uncle T here. A little bit of aggression, and JB is not interested in continuing. Has suffered enough tonight, perhaps, to be like, yeah, no, I'm not going to draw at something that could just be dead, so I'm out.
Yeah, we've seen this story before.
Yeah. And yeah, it can be, there can be some expensive lessons when you learn any new game. I'm not saying that necessarily JB is learning or anything, but certainly I have seen this not only from my own experience, but from the people around me. as we got used to the PLO bomb pots here in Austin,
can't win in that situation.
that you just sometimes have to just flounder your way through it and put a bunch of money in the middle and then be like, oh yeah, no, I guess I lose when I just play trips and bad straights and shit like that. Like, yeah, I gotta play a little tighter in some of these spots.
I gotten a few of those lessons myself. Like, at least I had already paid for the split pot lessons, you know, playing the mixed games. So at least I had that edge, but yeah, the PLO, it's a different beast.
They're easy decisions. I just would like to play.
There we go. Patty says she likes to play.
You know, she wants to play. She keeps having to fold her baggy garbage. All right, 4 players to a flop. Ace, 8 for Rainbow. Top 2 for SL.
I don't mind losing money.
Then
That's a good card.
Kenny's got a little rap going, as well as a pair of 4s.
I just want to have a chance, an opportunity to win.
And so fires out $50 here. JB coming along with gut shot. Kenny going nowhere with the pair and the rat.
We bought on Tuesday
I
night.
remember when that was considered like a big jackpot. Now
Yeah, a little bit speculative here from JB. Bricks the turn and is now drawing dead. SL should bet again.
Now holding a 3rd pair. Can we go for 4?
River Deuce.
Which, if JB somehow sees that river, is going to suck for SL, but he won't.
Yeah. JB there. Kenny now drawing to 1 card. Needs to hit a 5, 6, or a 7 to improve. Doesn't have hearts working, but he is still going to make the call for about half of his remaining chips. A little bit more than half. He's got 133 remaining. Is pretty much it, just like pray that you improve, and if not, then you just hold on to your crumbs. And does not improve. SL will peek over and be like, I mean, I would never fold if you bet, so I should just try to get value from whatever you might call with. So put the man all in and see what happens. Instead, SL checks. This is one of those situations where it's like, if you could ever get that last $133 by betting and then calling, and you would always call if you check and they bet, like you should put the bet.
I imagine he somehow just spiked a set. Or no, you don't want him to spike a set. Imagine he just spiked 2 pair, right? Then he's going to pay you.
I mean, the board's super connected, but you never fold.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just the tip here with AA run. That's sort of my one little thing that I wave the flag on for people to pay attention to if they're interested in improving their game is in a spot like that, you know, just go for it instead of check. But it doesn't really matter. SL wins the pot nonetheless, and Kenny gets to keep a few crumbs over there for next time. All right, hand number 63. We've maintained a pretty solid 20 hands per hour pace, because here we are just a little after 9. We'd hit that first 20 in the first hour, and you know, it's just bang on, 20 hands an hour.
Yeah, still moving right along here.
Uncle T splashing around a little bit. Got some sailboats. Patty not going to raise with the Queen Jack Jack 10.
How's that for a flop? JB with the bottom end of the straight, and Patty with a set and a pair and an open ender.
Checks all the way through.
And now Zach turning a lower set. Also holds the best heart draw, believe it or not, with the 6 high hearts.
The only heart draw, yeah. Also qualifies as the best one. 50 to call. And Zach is just going to let it go, though. He's like, oh, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Oh, it's like pair up the board and then hope that you're not dead.
Yeah. Ace of hearts on the end. 6 high hearts would have been good. But
Patty
instead,
now with Broadway
yeah.
and the best hands. And gonna go for some value here. Undeterred by that heart. She does not hold any hearts in her hands.
JB here, 1 heart, and still only just playing the king high straight because you have to play 2 cards from your hand. So he loses to pretty much everything. He beats 4 pair, and that's it.
He beats that set of 6s that we just saw get folded. That's like this is far from the nuts. And Patty could just have it. I mean, she could just have it, and he's gonna pay her off.
Yeah, nice little bet there. 125 from Patty gets paid.
I said a jack before that, but
Some thin value.
there could have been a bunch of other things that would have.
Yeah, absolutely. I think perhaps JB there just trying to chase a win a little bit. I know sometimes I've been in a spot where kind of getting whacked all night, and you've got like a flopped second nut hand, and you're just like, man, fuck 'em, right? Like I gotta win one of these one time, and it just doesn't quite pan out. So tough spots here for JB this evening. Stuck a little bit more than JR is up. You gonna play after the stream or just head out of here?
Yeah, I'll see how it's looking. Maybe I hang around a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about playing some 1-3 afterwards, but I don't know. Working on the truck a little earlier. Just feeling like maybe.
That would be like 1-2. I didn't actually bring much money with me.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, with the bad beat jackpot still.
Hey, there we go. The bad beat jackpot. That's right. It's like aces full of 3s, I think.
Today, aces full of 3s beaten at any TCH location around the state.
Beaten by quads or better.
Beaten by quads or better will get you a chunk of the over $50,000 bad beat jackpot.
I was waiting for the book.
This room has been bustling the last few days because people are like, wait, aces full of what beat? It's like crazy. The fact that it hasn't hit yet is sort of out of this world. Like I want to go out there and just like grind away for a few hours.
I couldn't believe I got back here and it was still live.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we got to put these hours in, and we got to make sure that Dallas doesn't hit it like they always do. We gotta let Austin hit it.
Dude, it would be so sick if we hit it here. Alright, so
Uncle
we've got
T's.
one misread card here for Patty. Don't know exactly what she has, but Uncle T and Patty will make it to the 9 of hearts on the turn. Doesn't improve either hand from what we can see. But Uncle T is still betting with the overpair and the dry ace.
Patty with at least a gut shot. And whatever it was, not enough to continue on the turn.
Yeah, pretty reasonable, I think.
Yeah, for sure. So any particular poker goals for you this year as we start 2023 here?
The main one for me, like I don't necessarily like to set like win rate goals or anything like that as much as I would like to dedicate a more like steady, specific amount of time to study each week. So I would like to get a little bit more regimented about that. For now, it's just kind of been hit or miss. Like I'll log in, I'll go through some hands and some material, and then I won't touch it for a little while, right? Like I want to have something that's consistent where I feel like, oh, it's 10:30 a.m. on a Tuesday. Like I'm sitting down, getting in the lab. So that's pretty much the main goal that I have. Aside from that, just putting in a little bit more volume. I've taken a fair bit of time off here in these last few months, just with travel and doing different things. So it's time to get back on the felt and really put in the hours again. How about you?
For me, I mean, I would really like to actually. So last year, here's the thing. Last year, I had a lot of opportunities at bigger tournaments and couldn't convert any of them. I'd like to get similar opportunities this year and convert on at least one of them.
Okay.
Like last year, I got to play a 3K, a 5K, and a couple of 10Ks. I'd never played that big before.
Yeah.
And bricked every last one of them.
Yeah.
Ditto on putting in the study. Like, I never felt like I was in completely over my head, but like there's definitely a couple of spots that they put you in where like maybe they don't put you in those spots in the 1Ks.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
as we see some 2-pair versus 2-pair action.
JB
And-
here all in for his last remaining chips. Needs to improve here on the end. And does. Finds a...
You have the kings and eights. Yeah, so JB holds with the kings and eights.
Oh, he'd improved on the turn, but it
Yeah.
hadn't gotten red in yet. That's what it was. Okay. All right. So nice little double up here for JB over and through JR.
Just a paper cut for him, though.
Yeah.
We
still
see he's still up quite a bit.
B greater than R in the Battle of J's.
Yeah, so like really just put myself in the spots and hopefully the variance is kind to me. Like, I mean, last year I was 2 cards away from winning a ring, and that didn't work out.
Yeah.
And there were several other times last year where I was in a heads-up situation and it did not work out.
Yeah.
So you still need variance to be a thing. So it's not like my goal is to win a ring. Well, my goal is to put myself in a spot to where we can maybe close the deal.
Yeah, well, I think you'll be able to do that, my friend. I have also had my run-ins with variants, and they will always be there playing this game, and one of these days, you know, we'll get variants on the right side, and it'll be like, oh, I just didn't lose a hand for 3 hours straight at the right time in the tournament, and that's how I won, you know? That's the kind of story that you need to have in order to walk away with a trophy or a big pile of cash.
And that was definitely a component of the triple draw run last month where, like, there was a stretch where I just didn't lose. Or I would lose, like, one bet. Yeah, and, like, you've always got to have that. Oh my god, JB is taking this flop with trip 5s. This game has gone off the rails.
Power hour, man. What you talking about?
Queen, queen, deuce is going to give Patty the trip queens. This rainbow board. So checking, and now Patty has every single queen there is.
We do have a number of pairs out there, though. Pocket pairs for some
Hey,
full
Uncle T
house.
has a full house. JB has a full house. Kenny has a full house. Kenny has JB has 2 full houses or 3. He's got 3 5s. That's got to be more than one.
Yeah, I think you got to do the
And
multiplicative votes.
everyone's folding their full houses.
Poker
Because-
Jesus shows his nothing, and Patty wins.
Yeah, Patty's going to show that, you know, I have a queen.
All right, so we should be able to get, what, 2 more gambles before the night is done? I think our last one was maybe too recent, but as long as we get it in before 9:30, then we'll still be able to do one more, right?
Yeah, that's how the math works out.
I don't actually have timestamps.
Yeah, I don't
We
know.
might actually be able to go now, right?
I could try. Yeah, you go first because when you go first, I win.
Oh, well, you just jinxed yourself.
Probably.
Get wrecked. Uh-oh, Michael Hoffman stole your gamble.
Well, hopefully he just got it warmed up for me. Oh, I'm on the wrong
Oh, he
side.
took your 85. Let's go. Good job, Michael. Good job, Michael. 54, 51, let's go.
Oh, I got pipped.
Let's go.
I got pipped there. I got done dirty there. I got to be quicker on the trigger.
Oh, that was perfect. There's nothing better than that. It scoops you on the 85.
Card Destiny is just blackjack talk.
Oh, man. All right.
I
so
wouldn't
what
be
do we got?
complaining if it was 100.
Okay, Uncle T looks like he's gonna fire out a pot size wager with the over pair and gut shot. JB, gonna stick around.
7 and a gutter.
Board pairs the 4. Uncle T, yeah, shouldn't be too concerned about that. There's not a lot of 4s in JB's range most of the time, and he'll take it down. All right, looking at the earnings once again, JR no longer up over 2,000, just a smidge under. Poker Jesus up to about 1.7. D's Nuts over 1K in the positive as well, and Uncle T bang on even where he started. Patty's going to come in for a raise here. He's 10, 10, 9, one suit. I like this.
Pretty good holdings for JR and SL.
We're very clearly getting a little bit of a software error as it showed the pot getting raked in as $7 per player. That is not going to be the case. It'll be 15 per player. But top pair and a nut flush draw here for Patty. She's going to continue betting. Several other players with the top pair as well. Nobody else rocking clubs, so this may go one more street and no further. We shall see who sticks around. JR going to come along for 50.
Coming for you.
And they'll go heads up. Patty says, I'm coming for you, and it's a club right on the turn, so Patty improves to the nuts. JR with the dry king. Bet a 75, quick call. 4 of diamonds now on the end, changes nothing. And Patty here with the nuts checks it over, and JR does not bite.
I was hoping you'd bet.
Patty gonna take a chunk out of JR now.
I'll take a little bit.
The check and hope your opponent bets line works a lot more frequently in Hold'em when
Yeah.
it's just really hard to have like a good hand, and so you just incentivize to bluff more frequently. I think in the 4 card, you just, I mean, probably rule of thumb is just like bet your own hand. Like 9 out of 10 times, just bet your own hand.
And more importantly, we fire turn, and we're checking on this boring river.
Put my 10 in.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, what's changed that we don't want to bet anymore?
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like you would rather, if you're gonna try to get tricky trappy with the nuts, it's like bet turn when you still just have a draw, and then check river when it comes in. And I still, not necessarily would I agree with that, but as a line, it's just maybe gonna be a little bit more consistent, right? I'm betting because I already have a made hand, and oh, now the flush gets there and I'm sad, right? Like now you can think about bluffing. Whereas like I'm betting, and then checking when nothing changes, just as you said. It's, well, that's a little backwards. But Patty wins the pot nonetheless, so.
We're on to another bomb pot, and we have Patty with a set and with an open ender. And we've got some more pair plus draws. JB already has the wheel and adds ace high hearts to his arsenal on the top. See who's got what on the bottom. I see a set of 4s for Patty on the bottom. She pots it up to 90.
Gut shot
SL.
to the straight flush as well.
Yeah, SL with some inferior diamonds and 2 pair. On the top, he has an open ender. Does elect to just fold. Not a good open ender because of the suit there. Not the best open ender. King Jack 9-6 for Uncle T is just a couple of straight draws.
Yeah, and JB here in a spot where it's
JB,
like
yeah.
his hand is really strong, but really just on one board. So does he just call and let the rest of the money from the other players at the table sort of trickle in, or does he raise it up now and try to isolate so that he doesn't get outdrawn by something like pocket fives, right? So he opts to raise, and that's going to just isolate it down heads up against Patty, where he has virtually no and actually no chance of winning
Yeah,
the bottom
Patty-
board.
Patty is free rolling him,
Yeah,
and it will be a chop if we get to showdown.
yeah, JB's not folding.
Yeah, these are not rivers that'll deter him. Like JB has nuts on top.
Patty's the one that pots it though too, which
Yeah.
is a little bit dangerous. I mean, I guess it's the same adage as what we were talking about before. It's like if you were going to call any wager anyways, then you may as well bet. Especially when she doesn't really have anything on top. So if she could somehow convince her opponent to fold and just scoop the whole thing, that would be great for her. So she does go for it, but at the end of the day, JB calls and they both win a mighty fine $35. Uncle T, no more Taco Bell for you. That's Uncle Talk No Bell. I don't know if there's something there, but
Sure. Yeah, it's a better pun than I could come up with.
oh, gotta get a few cringeworthy ones in there every once in a while. And number 70. Here we go. D's nuts with a bunch of nines. Gotta love them nines.
That's too many nines, and I'm going to predict that Patty's not going to make a straight here. And Zach bumping it up. Ace, King, Queen. Little T's got queens. Think about Texas Poker. You got to be very comfortable playing multi-way because we do that a lot. No matter what the game, as we go 6 ways here. Ace, King, Jack with diamonds. That will give JR the diamond draw and top 2 for Zach. And
Yeah,
there goes the
9
diamond draw.
diamonds.
Yeah, we don't like that draw at all. Uncle T has a pair and a gut shot, and apparently enough hands to call. We go heads up. Uncle T drills the case queens to improve to a set, but it is 4 to Broadway, and we go check, check, and now the diamonds come in.
Repair.
So it's like, good news is you have a set. The bad news is it's like the 1,000th nuts.
And I'm full.
And we go check, check, and the set of queens will take it.
Yeah.
That's better than straight.
What a strange hand that one was, but Uncle T will be happy to drag this pot for sure.
Put my picture up there. I did.
See people getting their gambles out in the chat following our example. And it seems to be pretty cold for the most part.
Yeah, some pretty bad rolls there until Moose Duty smashing the 86. Good jorb, buddy. Okay, continuing along here, hand 71. Zach here. Got a suited ace deuce, and he's got the $10 straddle.
He's got
or
the
just
limp,
gonna
yeah. I
call?
think there was a $10 straddle and there's a limp. And the kings are going to limp behind. And the ace, king, queen, jack is actually going to put in the raise.
Yeah, I think JB would love to thin the field here for sure. But Uncle Taco is going to make the call. He's double suited.
He's double suited the right way. It's the big cards that are suited.
All right, everybody else completes. And here we go, 4 players to a flop. A lot of Broadway cards represented here. I suspect we'll see something about 9 high. I am wrong. Top set for JR. Whole bunch of wraps and gut shots and all kinds of nonsense out there for everybody else. Heart flush draw for Uncle T as well.
And JB has a gut shot that is apparently dead because everyone has Broadway cards. And there's no more kings. And there's probably no more aces.
Big chunky full pot size wager here from JR. JB will call, and it's a battle of the J's once again. Zach is out of the way. JR in fantastic shape here to take this one down. It's 5 of spades now on the turn, and JB is drawing super thin. And JR is going to bet 500, just barely less than what JB has. JB will confirm that's the case and stuff it all in there for slightly more. We'll get a quick call, and here we go. 2 of river. JB needs to improve. Needs like a 9.
A 9, an ace, a 9, an ace, a queen, or a jack.
Give me a minute and I'll let you know because I'm going to be combining.
He gets none of the above. Instead, JR gets a boat.
Full house here.
You have a seat, table 3. Here's a rack for you. You're going to be the only one going over there without a seat card.
We have somebody moving off the live stream.
Yeah, looks like I think I heard some about a 2-5. So SL.
Unless they were just
or,
hanging around waiting there, maybe.
Yeah, SL definitely.
Oh, he's racking up,
player, local. So sat down for this for a little bit.
Yeah, well, thanks for playing.
He can, he's getting dropped.
And we just wiped out another player. So,
Yeah, JB getting felted
So
for
can I just go home then?
another time, and looks like we might be losing the 8 and the 9 seat here. But we'll continue along as we've still got our crazy hand that we've heard so much about.
yeah, we're
coming
not
up
there
here.
yet.
Yeah, within the next 10 to 15 minutes, I do believe.
That is how it works in my house.
Close the green stuff?
You guys are gonna kick out of the man song by double strap?
I got the 20 on this time. This is the size where it seems like people start to fold.
Yeah. Yeah, that's sort of standard in the 2-card game as well. It's like once the straddle gets to a certain size, people don't really feel comfortable limping and then having to call a decent sized raise. They just let it go right up front. All
These
diamonds
nuts.
on this flop. These nuts flops it with the 7 high diamonds, so not super exciting, but is the best thing.
I can't.
Little does he know that they're the only diamonds. You see JR put out the bet with his 9 and his gut shot.
I mean,
Gut shots. And these nuts called, and we'll see if he just shuts it down this time or if he follows through with the river bet.
yeah, he's shutting her down.
I wish I could present it that way.
Checky, checky. These nuts will win. A little bit more hype here from Poker Jesus. All right, looking forward to it.
This better be like hands of the year.
It'll be PLO hand of the night, perhaps.
Yeah, like it sounds like it. It better at least be that.
Straddle. So you take them in. Said I would be home when I was done with the game.
All right, down to 7-handed we are.
I thought I had to stay for the end of the live stream. No, it's not.
She's gotta go home. She's gotta go home right now.
I don't. I don't. I don't have to go home. I might want to.
Kings for Kenny this time, double suited and connected. This is a pretty sweet holding.
Yeah, especially on the nub. He's been waiting for a hand like this so that he can raise and get it in.
Someone said they needed to leave before the live stream was over, and everybody gave them a lot of shit.
I mean, yeah.
And he does not get any takers.
That's why
Hey, he wins 13 bucks.
Yeah, we definitely would have got used to it. Especially if you had to leave.
That can be so tilting. Like I'm in that bounty tournament, I'm raising like 10 bigs over like a 2.5. I shove 10 bigs. I have kings and the guy freaking folds. And none of the big bounties are gone yet. This is the mystery bounty. The EV of a bounty is like 3 buy-ins. And he has chips to spare. And he's like the one person in that entire ballroom probably that's not trying to take me down.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a pretty funny thing in a bounty tournament when you see someone fold in an all-in that's just like, I would have called it pure chip EV, but like now I add in the extra value from the bounty and it's a slam dunk.
Yeah. Like you said, he had 10-9 suited, which is not great, but it's going to have 2 live cards a lot.
Give me the 10-9 suited in that spot every day.
I actually had kings, but like he's going to have 2 live cards a lot.
If you got king.
Like you got a chance at, you know, a pretty chunky amount of value there.
Yeah. All right, ace high flop here. 6 players in the mix. Several players control an ace.
2 pair for Patty. She's got an ace and a 4.
D's nuts with the ace king and the backdoor club's gonna come out firing.
Yeah, I just got a friend coming up, picking me up to go to the bar. Alright, just giving you guys quick. I brought you one player, I got another player coming. One of those. This player's only going to be here for like a half an hour, so. Okay. I'm just filling the seat, guys. He doesn't want to hit and run and not be, you know. Rush.
Alright, hit and run announced for our newest player. Doesn't want to do it, but it's going to try to do it anyway.
Reluctant PLO player. What could possibly go wrong?
Alright, checky on the turn. 5 of hearts to complete the board. Patty here will finish with the best hand. Ace is up, and she'll just turn it over after check 2. The ace king here, no good for D's nuts.
Hey, my one PLO stream appearance, I was drafted at the last minute.
I was like, how is we have these things? He has 8. No. Hey, you win.
Alright, Jesse wins the burger button. Let's go. Good job, Patty.
Always nice when the dealers win around here. They're a good bunch.
Alright, we are perilously close to this crazy hand. We've got just about 22 minutes left in the broadcast.
Yeah, it's got to happen sometime.
Suggesting that I'm a jackass?
Penny here on $100. Under
Would you put it all in there? Would you put 1,000 in with 20 jack 40?
I would not. No.
grinding the short stack in games like this can definitely be one way to approach the variance of just, you know, it's a lot easier to get your money in, and so you can sort of do that up front when you know that your hand is just kind of like, well, I'm going with this, you know, and you don't have to really sweat the flops and stuff because you're just going with it. But it does take away some of your playability and your depth or applying pressure on later streets. Uncle T here, suited pocket king.
Like at some point you're just playing the equivalent of UTH.
Big hand of the night.
Ultimate Texas Hold'em is
That's
what
right.
you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, like you're putting in most of your money pre, and maybe putting more money in if you get a chunk of it, or a little piece of it, or ace high.
Sure.
That's why I stay away from the pits.
That's probably best for you and everybody else. All right, 6 players to a flop. Middle of the deck heavily represented. We've got Queen 9-6 2-tone.
So 3 pair for JR. And Poker Jesus with a 5-high spade draw, which is shown to be the equity favorite. He's also got a 9 and
Oh,
backdoors.
you were looking for 2, 3s, or 4s.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, bottom set for JR in addition to the top two. So
That's right, bottom set, duh.
Yeah, he's hit this one really hard, and yet at the same time, it just doesn't even really feel that good. It's a similar situation to what we had before. Yeah, it's like your hand is made, but it's really hard to improve. You block all of your improves, and your opponents only need to find, a 5, a 10, a king, an 8, a spade, blah, 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 all the things. So here we go, ace of hearts on the turn, and JR's equity vastly improves, as that is like a super brick. But we check all the way through, free river card, 8 of spades, and
D is nuts.
now the set of 6s are toast.
D's nuts has the straight, but 3 spades on the board. It's gonna just check through. Nobody made it with a spade draw.
Yeah, I mean at that point, if your D's nuts, you're perfectly happy taking down the pot with just a straight. Nice little pickup there. 450 in that pot. Take that one down. Getting that free look at the river card. Kind of tough to bet that one if you are JR, understandably so, but you can certainly thin the field, charge the draws a little bit, and hope to get to a showdown that favors you.
You're gonna have to put steam coming out of it.
All right, Yoni joining us here in the 8th seat.
Nice. Been a while since I've seen him.
So you're saying it's all skill?
Yeah.
Okay. Cards pitched out. $5 straddle, no, $5 to go, and Poker Jesus will bring it in for the 5.
For my 5 high flush. I would have turned aces and 9s.
I thought the 8 did.
And I have that.
Limp Train back on the tracks. 5 players find their way to an 8-high flop rainbow.
Pretty fun for Patty open ender to go along with her pair. And let's see, potting it out here. Patty goes nowhere.
Yeah, Uncle T here, a big believer in those overpairs, has played them strongly in a couple of different spots here.
Yoni not going anywhere yet either.
Yeah, some ambitious backdoor opportunities as well as the middle pair on the flop. Ace of clubs, and Patty here improves to the wheel with the backup club draw. However, she is dominated by Uncle T, but she will raise it nonetheless. Bet of 75 from Uncle T with the turned nut flush draw. Raise to 2 1/4. Yoni's out of there, and Uncle T is going to make the call. Here we go. Heads up to a turn. 550 in the middle. Uncle T needs a club to improve. There it is. And check, another spot where it's like make the hand and check it, but the other opponent just checks it back and you don't get any additional value. So Uncle T here will take the 550, but no more.
Gotta do your own work. That's the lesson here. Like, you gotta do your own heavy lifting, right?
Yeah. Yeah, understandable. I mean, you bet and get raised on the turn, so like absolutely betting, like leading out there looks really strong. But like the best thing that you can do then is just like recognize how strong that looks, and then be like, wait a minute, so that looks really strong, and people are probably just going to fold if I full pot it. So then what if I just do this with a dry king? Then they might fold, right? I mean,
Yeah.
like you can mix in those bluffs, and that's the really nice opportunity, is to recognize when some of these moves look really strong, and then be able to try to attack with some bluff.
And, you know, it's like live poker. It's surprising how often a river raise is honest.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, there's no more cards to come. I mean, you've either got it or you don't, and most people are risk averse. All right, here we go. Pot size wager from Zach. Gonna get called by everyone and their mother, perhaps some uncles, siblings, somewhat removed. Flop 5 ways. Jack 7-7, 2 clubs, 1 heart. Uncle T here. Speculative bet of $50. Queen high club draw and some backdoor straight opportunity.
King high clubs find the muck.
Yeah, why not? I mean, hell, Uncle T here. I mean, shit, by the time everybody folds, he just has the best hand with a pair of 5s and takes it down. Why not? Let's go T.
Suit open, live
Poker
stream.
Jesus with a little bit of extra juice on it. You gotta bet your own damn hand. Yeah, that's right.
Down to the last 15 minutes. Like, we're getting close. Whatever this is, we're getting close.
Yeah, the one thing that I don't want to do is get caught up gambling in the middle of it.
Yeah, let's get our
I think we might have a little bit of time left, but we can try it. If it goes through, it goes through. Yeah, I think we're.
Yeah, we might be a little bit soon.
Yeah, we'll try in another few minutes. Let's hope this is not the hand. $20 straddles on. Let's go.
We got Yoni with a reasonable holding here.
Nice roll, JT.
We got Yoni hotting it up.
With not very much, he came to the table with a couple $100 and lost a decent chunk of it on that last hand. So here we go.
I think he's just looking to give it a spin with the 10s.
Mm-hmm. 3 ways to a flop. Here we go. See some big cards already in the window.
And that flop really sucks for Yoni, who is down to just a cut shot. Patty with top pair, we check through. 3 of hearts gives Patty a third pair now. Aces and kings and 3s. Yoni gonna put his remaining chips in here.
Yeah, Yoni not drawing dead. Needs to hit a queen or a 10 to improve his hand, though. So pretty far behind, but I'm gonna give it a go. Patty will make the call. She's well out in front. Just needs to fade a few outs in the deck. Queen or a 10 here for Yoni. Can he find it? Just getting the action all caught up. So we rip off this river card. We'll go ahead and try one more time.
Here it comes, and there's the queen,
All right.
which is going to be Broadway for Yoni.
Yeah. Careful card there for Yoni. That's going to dub him up to 372. Looks like we're still early.
Yeah.
4, 5 out.
I can't believe he wasn't buying it at all.
If you didn't know it, a bunch of money just came out of nowhere and all these players are winning.
Everyone's a winner here at TCH.
Of course, we've had several players go down to the felt, unfortunately for them. But we do appreciate everybody coming on in playing this game of PLO with us this evening. Thank you to everybody that turned out. Hopefully we'll be able to do more of these. From what I understand, we're going to be thinking about doing one of these a month, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, always great to see a variety of games here. And if you want to give this PLO a try, every Monday and Friday here at TCH Austin. 60-hour PLO tournament. $2K guaranteed in the prize pool. $1K guaranteed up top. Complete tournament schedule at TexasCardHouse.com. We got a bunch of new tournaments for this year. Also, all kinds of promos. Quads of the day. The Bad Beat Jackpot's still going. Get quads in your hands in PLO.
And get $400, yeah.
Yeah, complete details on all that at TexasCardHouse.com. As Yoni is going to follow up that river with a flopped bottom set and a blocker to the second set. And he's going to fire out here. $65. Uncle T, an ace, and some straight possibilities here. 2 gut shots. He calls, JR calls. A little bit light there. Kings on the bottom end of the gut shot, and there's a jack.
Yeah, if there was a heart out there, I'd definitely be on board, but...
So, Uncle T now with the nuts. And Yoni checks it over to him. Uncle T gonna go 120, about half pot. Gonna give Yoni the price to try and fill up, if he chooses to do so.
Yeah, JR finally releasing his hand. Didn't have any reason to continue after that turn, and Yoni will stick the chips out there, so stack pot ratio well under 1 to a river 4 of hearts. No good for Yoni, and I mean, he's got that set still, but he's just going to check it over. Uncle T is just going to let him off the hook by showing the nuts.
This is the second time we've seen the nuts get checked tonight.
Yeah. Uncle T, a pretty generous man. He's like, I'll let you keep your 167 over there. Not going to try to take that off of you. And there we go. All right, we've got to be able to gamble now, so I'm going to give it another try. Big money. $83.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, that's another 20, yo!
Oh!
Ooh. Taco Bell money in the hizzy. I'll have to Uber to Taco Bell and then Uber home. It'll be
Yeah, like that might cover your Uber.
Oh man, good times here in the booth, gambling on internet points. All right, so yeah, we've just got a couple of hands left here. So hoping that that hand that y'all were talking about did indeed make.
This might be the one. Who knows?
Well, it's not this one. That much I can guarantee. Uh-oh, the 7 of hearts is in the wrong...
It's a misdeal.
Okay, there we go. Jesse caught it. I was like, is that part of why it's so crazy? Because middle of the hand, the 7 of hearts comes out face up? That would suck.
I would expect no less than a 5-hour investigation stream by somebody who likes to investigate poker streams.
Big Poppy?
Oh yeah, this would be the scandal of the year.
Yeah, these days.
Only a week in.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
There's a fold. That doesn't feel like it. King, queen, jack, 8. Okay. Aces for Poker Jesus.
Yeah, pot size
Just
wager
that.
here from Poker
Now,
Cheese.
you see 2 green chips coming out here, so there was an issue with the software to where the blinds and the potting weren't quite right, and some of these pots are going to get undercounted. And so we actually have a lot more than 96 in the middle here as we go to the swap 4 ways with some very promising holdings. Ace King 5 is going to give us a little bit of spice here. We got top set for Poker Jesus and pair and straight outs for Yoni.
Patty has a backdoor
Bottom 2.
flush draw as well as bottom 2 indeed. So
Poker Jesus gonna pot it for a lot more than 96.
yeah, it looks like 200 even.
I suck at counting
Call.
pots, so I don't know.
Yoni is out of the way though. 7 of clubs now on the turn. Patty here drawing dead with her 3 pair.
Gonna face another large bet from Poker Jesus in a collision of big stacks.
Alright, Patty does make the call. 600 here, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, those are 600 in black chips. So Patty here gonna count this down, and she is literally drawing dead, so no matter the river, she cannot improve. It's a 10. She's got
4 pair!
She's got the famous 4
She
pair.
got the 4 pair! Too bad 4 pair's not a thing. And she rips it in. He checks it over and she just rips it in. And
No, she's first to act. She's been check calling down. Now
she's been calling down. Oh, okay, yeah, it is my mistake. So she's gonna lead all in then. And so you hear the expletives from Poker Jesus.
A little bit of table talk here. Poker Jesus giving her the grilling. To try to figure out how good she is. She is going to engage and talk back. All right, we should just shut up and let this hand play out.
Famous last words.
Patty casually takes a sip of her wine. Why not? Patty going into a little more silent mode here. Gonna let Poker Jesus sweat this out on his own term. Like he said, he's got a blocker. He blocks the queen jack. But what is Patty calling with, right? He's got 2 of the aces. So the only thing that really makes sense is some sort of wrap. There's no turn flush draws. Full badoogie on the turn. What does she call with that isn't either a flopped set of her own or a wrap? So it's a pretty tricky spot here for Poker Jesus. If there were more draws out there that had bricked, this would be an easier call. And of course, we know this is all in from Patty. We're seeing here that she's only potted it for 860 or whatever, but this is a massive pot. You can see that she's got... Oh, he's going to let it go. Poker Jesus folds to the 4 pair.
She shows it!
4 pairs of the nuts anyway, so you
4 pair.
No, 4 pair, getting it done. Patty is a PLO god. Let's go.
Let's go, Patty.
Oh, that was awesome. That was awesome. Poker Jesus lets it go. Understandable in a certain respect. I don't know exactly how much she bet into exactly what the pot was because of the mismatch in what went into the software there. But damn, I mean, that was a big bet for sure. And you have to ask yourself, what is she check calling the whole way down that isn't a wrap? Really tough to see what it is.
And that would have just ruined his night too. You wonder, like some people, like maybe they get to the end of the session, they think, well, do I really want to just get myself stuck now?
Yeah, I've been playing good all night, I've been running good all night, and now here I am in this cooler situation. Flop the joint and then just get this nasty river card, and she goes all in. And that's the brilliance of the river lead when you don't have it. Like, perfectly executed by Patty there, right? It's like, this looks so strong, I would do this if I had the queen jack, so let me do it when I don't have the queen jack. The fact that she did it with the 4 pair is just like sicko material.
That's
like,
insane.
I love it though.
Poker Jesus chiming in that the river pot was $1,800. Thanks for filling in that detail.
Okay, I didn't think she had quite that much remaining, but I also just really don't know. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know who's in what position, judging by the way I called that last hand. So.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a river pot size bet, had she been deep enough, would have been 1,800 because it was 600 on the turn. But I don't think she had that much left. But to me, just from an eyeball estimation, I think she had somewhere 1,000 or around 1,000. which is still not an insignificant amount, but it is relative to the pot, much less than a pot size bet.
He's agreeing there. He was thinking like Queen Jack 10. And yeah, that was a nasty river for that set there. So we get a Queen 9-7, which will give Yoni the open ender. Lots of checking. Also Poker Jesus with the other ends of that. 3 for Patty. Queens and 3s for Patty.
Uh-oh. Poker Jesus never gonna fold when he's got a blocker again, and then he's gonna get tuned up left and right. That's awesome.
And you know what? I've made New Haven. I've made some tight folds in Texas myself, and often lived to regret them. I've also made some big calls, and I've lived to regret them. And Yoni rivering the nuts here.
Yeah, you live by the bluff catch and you die by the bluff catch. It's just the nature of the game. Sometimes you gotta put those chips in there and never see them come home. Charles Nicholson, she had that wine courage. Absolutely, man. Patty, she has that wine courage, and she channels it into some big spots. I've seen her blast, and that is just another data point, man. Patty will give you the business.
We see JR and D's Nuts, the biggest winners. Patty and Poker Jesus, Uncle T all having good nights.
Yeah.
As we're getting near the ends here.
That's the best that she can call you with.
Are we
And by
usually?
getting near the ends, I think we actually have reached the ends because I've seen Jesse take the headset off.
Yeah.
And that would suggest that we're done for the night.
Yeah,
So we see these last ones scroll through here. I'm going to pay Aaron his $40.
Let's go. Thank you, sir.
Enjoy that Taco Bell, sir.
I very much will. All right, well, I guess that's going to do it for us here at Texas Card House here out of Austin. I've been your host, Aaron McAvoy. Joining me tonight, of course, Will, the New York Knit Lottie. Want to say to you all, thank you guys for tuning in. Happy New Year. And do check out the TexasCardHouse.com website to see all of our newest editions of poker tournaments here in Austin, as well as updates on our current promotions such as Fat Beat Jackpot, Quads in Your Hand, PLO promotion, etc. So yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Hope you guys all have a great rest of your evening. We'll see you next time. Good night.
Thanks for watching. Have a great night.